So, what are we doing today? Not too complicated. We're gonna be ranking every Pokemon ever. There's like at least 12 of them by now. I think maybe even 13. But we're gonna rank them all. All right, so let's get started. The rules are simple. I'm ranking these Pokemon not on like how good they are, but how much I like them. This will be possibly the most biased tier list ever made. And the rules are subject to change at a moment's notice. Let's just get started. Tier list works just like everything else. I don't like E tier. That's kind of weird. Kind of weird, champ. E doesn't exist. Bulbasaur. Bulbasaur is Pokédex entry number 1, which has something to say about it, but it's kind of lame. Kind of a loser compared to the other starters. Get you through the first gyms, but I'm gonna rank it at C. I think C is kind of an average Pokemon. I think Bulbasaur is like a great barometer as to like what a regular, everyday, derpy ass Pokemon looks like. All right, and then we got Ivysaur, the teenager version. I'm a big fan of teenager versions. They got the spunk. They got a little bit something going on, and it's pretty cool. We'll do regular Venusaur first. Kind of cool, pretty chunky. Not really too big of a fan. I don't really like Mega Pokemon. I don't know if it's just me, but I think that they're kind of lame. They take like cool features about the Pokemon and then they turn them into like a Digimon-esque like total exaggeration of it. We can talk about that later when we get to some other ones like Manectric. Charmander, cool ass Pokemon. In my opinion, we're really closing on an S tier, but I'm gonna give it A tier. Not cool enough. Charmeleon, A tier as well. Charizard, I think S tier is special, right? Not anybody can get S tier. I think there's gonna be some haters on this one. But I don't think Charizard makes its way up to S tier. I just don't. It's a cool Pokemon, but it's kind of made to be cool, and it just doesn't do it for me. It doesn't do it for me enough. And Ash's Charizard was kind of a dick. Mega Charizard. This is the Dragon one. I think the Dragon one's pretty cool. Slam it at A tier as well. Don't think it's cool enough. This one's not too cool. Don't really like it. It doesn't do enough for me. It doesn't change the design. I think it's good and competitive, though. I think it's like a strong Pokemon. It has like a badass Squirtle with the shades on is the coolest Pokemon. One step ahead of me, my friend. One step ahead of me. Squirtle is S tier. Anybody who watched the original show remembers the Squirtle squad, and they just had swag. They had swagger up the yin yang, and they were dope. Easy S tier, first S tier. It might be the only S tier for a while, if I'm gonna be honest. Wartortle, also dope. Blastoise, also dope. See, Wartortle, it's not quite as cool. Yeah, don't worry. This whole line is A tier. Do not worry. Mega Blastoise is quite a chonker. How could I do Bulbasaur like that? What do you mean? What does Bulbasaur offer? Bulbasaur offers nothing. Bulbasaur isn't cool. It isn't lame. It's a middle ground Pokemon. And you can take it up with my attorney if you have any feelings about that. Caterpie. So there's been many Pokemons in every generation. Every generation tries to make its own Caterpie, but no generation can do it. I don't know why, but just the other ones aren't as good. That being said, it's still lame as shit, so C tier. Metapod. I think C tier, except there's the memes about the Metapod that knows Harden and String Shot and Pound. So that and that alone brings that bad boy up to B tier. Exactly. Yeah. You know what? I'm actually going to say that smacks that bad boy up to A tier. If I'm going to be honest with you. It's everything about a Pokemon, not just the Pokemon. Butterfree, C tier. It was kind of cool that Ash had one and then released it. Kind of emotional. A little bit of nostalgia feels. We'll bump that bad boy up to a B. This is going to take a while if I'm talking about every Pokemon this much. But if that's what it takes, that's what it takes. What's the name of this Pokemon? Weedle. Weedle is not too cool. Same with Kuna. Beedrill, on the other hand, is one of the coolest Pokemon ever. Huge fan of Beedrill. Always used him in the old games. I don't know if he's A tier, though. He's gotta be B tier. Mega Beedrill, they killed my boy. They killed my boy with Mega Beedrill. That's all I gotta say. Look at Beedrill. Look how... Beedrill, B tier. Holy shit, dude. This guy should be making the content. Thank God for feeders. When did Steve Jobs start streaming? Yes, thank you, thank you. I decided that I needed a little bit of an outfit for this one. Because I was just wearing a normal t-shirt and it didn't have the vibe. Found this bad boy, put it on, and I was like, now this is somebody who makes tier lists. This is somebody who makes tier lists. So yeah, Mega Beedrill, garbage Pokemon, looks lame. Took everything cool about Beedrill and just made it lame. Ranks Turtle S tier. Ooh, true turtle, man. Maybe it's just the turtle. Pidgey's cool. I gotta say, they really nailed Pidgey's design. I'm putting him in A tier. I don't think the other ones live up. Pidgeotto's cool. Pidgeot, kind of normal. Mega Pidgeot, worse. I think there's kind of a trend. I think almost all of the Mega Pokemon are going to be kind of low. They just don't do anything. Rattata's cool. Alright. I don't know. I have such a good memory of using Rattata and Raticate. There's no Raticate. Just Rattata and Raticate can learn like every move. They know everything. And Thunderbolt, Surf, it doesn't matter. They did what you need them to do in the first couple of games. The Alolan forms, they're kind of cool. They're just like lamer versions though. I think this one's regular, and this like the cheeks just don't do it for me. It's doing nothing. It's not getting me. It's no action. No action. Sparrow and Pharaoh, kind of overlooked birds of this generation. Alolan Rattata equals F tier. See, I don't know. The only thing that it has going is the mustache. The mustache of this guy here is doing enough for me that I don't think he can be F tier. He's worse than normal Rattata, but then he's got the mustache. Now, you can make an argument for Alolan Raticate to be F tier. And that's an argument I'd buy. I'd buy that argument. Well done. Back to Spearow and Fearow. Spearow, slightly cooler than the average Pokemon. Pharaoh, pretty much the average Pokemon. Nothing too complicated there. Ekans and Arbok. Jesse, of the Jesse and James duo, is having a good time at the moment. It's cool. Left a memory on me as a kid. Putting both of these guys at B tier. So, we're at the franchise highlight. The man himself, Pikachu. It's really hard to know where to put this guy. Because on the one hand, he's Pikachu. And on the second hand, this is not chonky Pikachu. When I think of Pikachu, I think of this guy. I think of the chonkers himself. But on this tier list, we have this thing. We have this tiny little guy. And because this is not the chonkers Pikachu, I'm putting him at A tier. He's got enough nostalgia to get up to A tier, but not enough chonkiness. Surprised Pikachu is also a great tidbit, but I think we're keeping this bad boy at A. Raichu was always cooler than Pikachu. Idiotic of Ash not to evolve this guy. Even if your Pokemon doesn't want it, it's like, you're the master, they're the Pokemon. Kind of like, on you, man. Probably could have won a championship by now. If you did. Mega Raichu just does nothing. Does nothing compared to Raichu to make it better. It's just a worse version of Raichu's design. Sandshrew, one of my favorite Pokemon. Sandshrew, Sandslash, S tier. Don't at me. It's that simple. Oh, that's Alolan Raichu? Fuck it, Alolan Raichu, F tier 2. They just dumpstered my boy. They dumpstered my boy. But we're on Sandslash and Sandshrew right now. Some of the coolest mons ever made. Just look at them. Just the evolution changes just enough to look unique, but still keeps the same design. It just looks like a more badass version. These guys are badass. And I gotta say, they did not fuck them over on the updated versions, the ice types. Don't think they're as cool, but they're still cool. I think Alolan Sandslash is up there with the best of them. Sandshrew is kind of a run-of-the-mill design. That's just what it is. Wow, the tier list is getting too big now. We can't see S tier, but that's okay. Not many things hit S tier. Nidorino, and Nidorino lines. What do we do with these bad boys? Huge fan of the idea that these two are like named the same thing with a female and male sign. I always thought that was cool. Put in these guys at B tier. Both of them. The two of them. Together as they should be. Nidorina and Nidorino, kind of middle of the pack. Really did not do good on the teenage form. Nidoking S tier for you. So yeah, Nidoking and Nidoqueen are very interesting. It's really hard for me to make an argument to not have Nidoking S tier. Because he's just one of the original cool Pokemon. Right? You think of Generation 1 and Nidoking is one of the first things to pop up in your head. And for that reason, he's in. Nidoqueen, on the other hand, just not as cool. The design isn't as spiky, and it's not as purple. And we all know spikiness and purpleness is what matters. So Nidoqueen is unfortunately A tier. No, Nidoqueen is B tier. Doesn't have enough going for me. It's just too passive looking. Yo, what's up, Eloqua? It's not sexist that her design isn't as cool. It's not because she's a woman. It's just because Nidoking is cooler. That's not sexist. That's ridiculous. Moving on. We got Clefairy, Clefable. There's nothing to them. There's Clefairy, Clefable, Jigglypuff, and Wigglytuff, which we'll get to in a moment. And they're just kind of lame as far as these ones go. I'm actually going to put them at D tier. Both of them, easy D tier. They got nothing going on. Eloqua, why is Twitch being mean to you? We go beat him up? Alright. Ooh, Ninetales and Vulpix. Sweet, sweet Mons. Brock had a Vulpix, and I'm a big fan of Brock. Why won't it let you give me bits, dude? Oh, we gotta fix this problem right now. Not for me, and for my bits, but for Eloqua's desire to donate. Because that's a beautiful thing. Yeah, I actually have no idea why that's happening. I think you should be able to. I'm not entirely sure what the issue would be. But, Vulpix, cool Pokemon. Brock had him. Brock has some killer lines. So we're going B tier with Vulpix. Ninetales, cool. Also a big fan of Ninetales. I've done a little bit of competitive battling in my day. I know, he's done it all. Very impressive. Ninetales with the Sunny Day setup. It's fine, Eloqua. No worries, my man. I don't want your bits anyway, punk. Ninetales, Solar Beam, Sunny Day, Overheat, all that shit. Cool Pokemon, strong Pokemon. I don't like the design as much as Vulpix, but it has its uses. The Alolan versions, I'm just not too big of fans of. I think this one's cute. The Vulpix is cute, so I think Vulpix is staying B tier, but Ninetales is sliding down to D tier. It's just a below average Pokemon. No worries, thanks for the lurk, Eloqua. I'll see you around. Jigglypuff, Wigglytuff. Jigglypuff, one, I played a little bit of Melee in my day. Wave dashing, dash dancing, I've done it all. H-Box, one of the GOATs. And for this reason, and the fact that it sings Lullaby Me to Sleep, Jigglypuff is A tier. Wigglytuff just makes him taller. I'm gonna be honest, Wigglytuff is no improvement on Jigglypuff and is kind of an average mon. Zubat, easy, no hesitation, A tier. Not many Pokemon have gone into the public consciousness as much as Zubat has, and it's just cool. Golbat is just Zubat with the mouth open. C tier. Think about the caves, dude. He's the worst. Yeah, but he stands out so much. He is the worst. Why would they fill a cave up with Pokemon with like supersonic. He has the most annoying moveset. But it's like, he made an impact, and that's what matters. Like I told you, the rules change as we go. There's no consistency. Consistency's for the weak. Oddish. This whole line's kind of C tier. I like Gloom. Gloom's an ugly Pokemon. There's not very many ugly Pokemon. And for that reason, it's B tier. Vileplume, we're back down in C. Paris and Parasect. If I recall correctly, these Pokemon are pretty trash. They got some of the worst stats in the game. Paris is a cool design. Slam this guy at B tier. And this is just a mushroom. This is just a toad. They stole this from Mario. D tier. This is going to get so painful to scroll up. Can we zoom? Ooh, we're zooming out a little bit. Just a little bit. Hopefully you guys can still see the Mons with enough clarity. Yeah, it looks like you guys can. So we'll just keep it at this. You'll be able to see a little bit more of the tiers. We got Venonat and Venomoth. Wasn't there a whole thing about Venomoth being, like, they screwed up Butterfree and Venomoth? The evolution? I don't remember. There's something about that. I remember some drama about that happening. They're average. They're average. I think Venomoth is kind of cool, but not cool enough to bring it out of the average tier. But Diglett. Or as I like to say, Diglett dig, Diglett dig, Diglett, Diglett, Diglett. Where is Diglett? Cool and fast. I had an episode featuring a Diglett from the original Kanto series on VHS, and it's one of the things that I would watch when I was sick and staying at home. Diglett is pretty iconic. I'm struggling between B tier and A tier. But looking at some of the other things I have in A tier, to be consistent, I think Diglett makes it. The trio is 3 Digletts. Not the most creative of the evolutions that they came up with. Sliding that bad boy at B tier. The Alolan forms, again, they're just lamer versions of the original forms. The rocks look worse. Just look at that. Why do the rocks look worse? There's no reason for that. This is both official artwork, and the rocks look worse on the Alolan form. D tier. F tier. Why do they have hair now? Kinda lame. Kinda lame. Yeah, now we got Meowth. The anime alone is enough to slide Meowth at S tier. It's the only Pokemon that can talk. It's just that simple, right? It can talk, S tier. There's about 17 versions of Meowth. I don't know what this one is. I'm gonna be honest. Is that some alternative evolution, but there's no Persian version? This guy's kind of cool. He's kind of sassy. I'm throwing him at B tier. This guy's kind of lame. Throwing him at D tier. Regular old Persian. Forgot about this bad boy. Kind of cool. In Generation 1, you crit based on how fast you were. And Persian was kind of god tier in competitive Generation 1. So he gets a little bit of a boost into B tier. Don't know who this is. He's ugly as fuck. Normal. Nah, D tier. Psyduck, Golduck. So I got some history with these guys. Psyduck, kind of normal, but Golduck. So I do a lot of Nuzlocks. Whenever I play a new game, I do Nuzlocks. And in Sun and Moon, I had a bet with some of my friend group to see if we can do it. I had one Pokemon left at the Elite Four. That Pokemon, Golduck. Golduck soloed the entire Elite Four for me. So I got to get this man A tier. Also, anybody else notice that it's kind of weird that this one is Golduck and this one is Psyduck? Kind of got the names backwards on that one. Mankey and Primeape, 2 of the OG cool Pokemon. Gonna be honest, they're both A tier for me. I really wish Ash kept his Primeape. It's a cool Pokemon and been good to see it get more screen time in the anime. Growlithe Arcanine, very cool. Did anybody else have like a rumor going around their school that Arcanine was like a legendary Pokemon? I don't know where that came from, but I always thought he was legendary until, yeah, you did too. Like, I don't know where it came from. He was just like kind of a normal Pokemon. Like, he's a dope ass Pokemon. Don't get me wrong, but ain't no legendary. I'll tell you that much. Poliwag, Poliwhirl, Poliwrath. Poliwag is both cool and cute at once, and not many Mons can do that. So I'm putting him up at A tier. Poliwhirl's kind of normal. Poliwrath, a little bit cooler than normal. B tier. Easy peasy lemon squeezy. Abracadabra Alakazam. Abra's cute, B tier. Kadabra is pretty cool. I'm actually a big fan of Kadabra. I think he has the coolest design out of the three. And Alakazam, fuck you. I can never trade in any of the Pokemon games because I didn't have any friends and I can never get you. So you're C tier. Mega Alakazam is kind of just, I don't know. It's kind of cool. Not really. D tier. Machop, Machoke, Machamp. I want to cuddle with these bad boys. Well, not this one. Not this one. This bad boy. Want to cuddle with them. Get them in my bed. A tier. Machamp. Got 4 arms. Pretty cool. Hard hitter. Just an absolute Chad of a Pokemon. And Chads are A tier in my book. We got the Victory Bell line up now. This guy had his own tower. In the Gold and Silver, there was the fucking... What's the name of this Pokemon? Well, I did not think this was going to happen until like Generation 5, Generation 6, but it looks like it's happening already. Weepin' Bell, Victory Bell, and this one, I don't remember. Weepin' Bell, I actually kind of like. He looks so goofy. Goofy enough for B tier. Same with Victory Bell. I also used Victory Bell in some competitive teams for a bit. Cool. Tentacool, Tentacruel. God, I love the hentai where you can. Tentacool, B tier, Tentacruel, A tier. Simple. Bellsprout. He's a genius. He gets it instantly. Geodude, Graveler, Golem. Many humans have leveled up and grinded their Pokemon at Victory Road using Gravelers. Geodude, Brock Adam, B tier, Graveler, B tier. I'm gonna be honest, Golem's kind of a badass. A tier. A tier for Golem. You would not mess with this dude. I don't know if these are the Alolan or the Galarian forms. But they're actually kind of cool. They did not do my boy Geodude too wrong. B tier, above average. This guy's kind of an average looking Mon. I don't know what this guy's got going on the top of his head. Nice shirt, you fucking Geodude. Yeah, and Tyler 1 is called a Geodude. So actually, given the fact Tyler 1 is called a Geodude, we're ranking him up to A tier. That's right, a late game shift for Geodude. Going in with the best of the best. Ponyta, Rapidash. Really cool. Ponyta has one of the coolest shiny forms. He's got the blue flames going on. Shiny Ponyta just looks badass. It's the only Pokemon I've ever shiny hunted, and I gave up about 30 minutes in because people who shiny hunt are insane. Ponyta, A tier. Rapidash. I think C tier. It's got a horn, but that's about it. Alright, the My Little Pony versions of them. They're kind of cool. They're kind of cute. I think this one's cool. This one's kind of average. Rapidash S tier. I will give you 30 seconds to state your case, Maddie. You have 30 seconds to state your case. Possible movement. If I do not agree with your case, it is moving down to D tier. We will carry on, and when I see the next message in chat, it better be yours, and it better be a compelling argument. Slowpoke, Slowbro. Cool Pokemon, very cool gimmick. Was featured in not only Gold and Silver in like the little Slowpoke well, but also in one of the movies. Like Slowking was super important in like the Lugia one. For that reason, Slowpoke, B tier. Slowbro, B tier. I don't know these versions. Kinda lame. This is D tier. This is just ugly. That's just stupid. It's a horse and it's on fire and it looks very cool. I was not expecting such wise words. Wait a minute. Rapidash was also featured in the theme song. And it is a horse and it's on fire and it is very cool. I think your argument has persuaded me not to raise it up to B tier, but all the way to A tier. Because it is a horse that is on fire and it is cool. Magnemite, Magneton. We'll get to Magnezone later, it appears. They're both cool. They did kind of the thing where they did in this generation where they just added heads to Pokemon and called it an evolution. I tried to do that with Wikipedia articles in high school, and it did not end so well. Magnemite. It's cool and it's simple and it's iconic. Throwing them at B, not quite enough for A. Magneton just doesn't do it for me. Far-fetched, easy S tier. I don't want to hear any complaints about it being a trash Pokemon. It's got an item that only it can use. It's cool and it's trash on purpose, and it's holding a green onion. There's not much else to say about Farfetch'd. Can't catch it in the wild. You can only trade for it, at least in the first games. I don't know about the later ones. I've just always had a soft spot for it. Additionally, I don't know if anybody else ever interacted with Poke Memes. It was a website back when I was like in middle school. So this is like, oh wow, that's like 10 years ago at this point. I got a meme to the top rank 1 for that week of Poke Memes that said, I thought I was going to get an evolution in Gen 5, but I guess that was a little far-fetched, and it was a little picture of Farfetch. So for that reason, and the other reasons I've stated, Farfetch'd is an easy S tier, joining a very lonely rank. I don't know what this other version of Farfetch'd is. It doesn't do it for me. It's a stain on its legacy. The Duo, Do Trio, kind of just average. Not too cool. Seal and Dugong, average. We got a couple of averages coming on this way. Look how cute Seal is. Yeah, but it's not cuter than the other cute Pokemon. Is how I'm thinking about this. This is like like they made Seal to be cute, but it's not much cuter than other Pokemon. It's no anime girl. Let me compare it to some of the other cuties that we have. Yeah, see, it's not as cute as some of these, like Nidoran. Not as cute. Abra, not as cute as. Growlithe, not as cute as. I'm keeping it C tier. I'm sorry. But Grimer and Muck, the epitome of design. Let's get some ooze and some eyeballs, and we'll call it a Pokemon. Also, because Muck backwards is cum, little boost up to A tier. Don't know if that was on purpose or not. These forms, they just took the simplicity, they threw it away, and then made it ugly. I feel like such a Gen 1er right now. But it is what it is. Ooh, Shelter Cloyster. This is cute. About as cute as Seal, so we're putting it at C tier. Cloyster. Kinda looks like a vagina. And vaginas are S tier. Except I am no simp. Vagina, F tier. I don't need those. F tier. No simping in this chat. None at all. Alright. Just kidding. S tier. I can't change who I am. I am who I am. S tier. Ghastly Haunter Gengar. Really cool. The only ghost Pokemon of the first generation. Ghastly, I think it's above average. Haunter, way above average. This Pokemon is cool. Ash had one. I had one. You know what Pokemon I didn't have? A Gengar. That's right. I didn't have a Gengar. It's a cool mon. Not cool enough by design-wise, and I don't have any personal affiliation with the Gengar. Therefore, it is C tier. I understand a lot of people might like it. Not for me. Mega Gengar. Kind of cool, actually. I'm going to put it same as Gengar. Or is that Dynamax? Is that Dynamax Gengar or Mega Gengar? I don't know. Onix. Onix is cool. It's simple. Easy to put that bad boy up at A tier. Another thing to note is that I don't know if everybody in the chat knows this, but I'm a little behind schedule because this is not the first generation. This is actually for every Pokemon that's been made that I'm doing this for. So I'm going to be here a while. If you've been shit posting like a madman, I don't know if I can keep this up the whole time at this level of energy. Don't know if you can too. So save some of it when we get to this shit. I don't know who these Pokemon are. So I'm gonna need some backup at that point. Hypno, Drowsy. I got some things to say about this set that I cannot say on Twitch. We'll just leave it at that. Drowsy's kind of C tier. Hypno's got enough uniqueness that I'm putting it at B tier. Krabby Kingler. Bill Cosby evolutionary tree. I'm happy that you said it, so I could say it just by reading it. It makes you the bad guy and not me. Krabby Kingler, really cool Pokemon. I just gotta say, they're simple, but there's just some character about them that's cool. Ash had one. Voltorb Electrode. There's no reason I should love these Pokemon, but I do. B tier for both of them. They're also super fast. Executor. Line. Kinda average. Kinda average. I think this is one of the... Executor has one of the few cool Alolan forms. Look how long its trunk is. By the size of its trunk alone, B tier. Next, Cubone Marowak. I'm sure everybody feels a little bit of emotion when they see a Cubone and a Marowak. Possibly the only Pokemon to have died. As far as cute Pokemon go, Cubone might be one of the cutest. Gammon Heck, thanks for the posture check, my man. I was slipping. We're ranking all 900 Pokemon. Very fun stuff. We just ranked Cubone because its mom died in the first game as S tier. Marowak, not quite as cool as Cubone. Kind of a lamer version. Doesn't have the cuteness factor. Kind of an average Pokemon. Flamey Marowak. I don't know. It's the same. They kind of just put flames on the ends of the stick. That's crazy. That's crazy how little they changed that and then sold it as another Pokemon. That's wild. Hitmonlee, Hitmonchan. Cool. I'm putting Hitmonchan at A tier. It's a little bit cooler. It's got the boxing gloves. This guy's just a ball with feet. Lickitung. Now that bad boy is on A tier. It's just how simple of an idea. Somebody was like, ooh, what if we have a Pokemon with a big ass tongue? Not only will this sexually excite all the people playing the game, but it also looks cool and we'll make it pink. You're not alone, feeders. You're not alone. Coughing, wheezing. Very simple. My boy James had it from the TV show. I think we're putting them both at B tier. Same with Ekans. Can't separate them for me. Is that literally a bong? Oh, wait, this one is pretty much just a bong. That's kind of wild. That's kind of wild that they'd make that. I think it's a chimney. I really don't think they screwed up that one. They changed it enough. Made it look kind of weird, but at least I can see what they're going for. It's a vase, a Voss, as some say. Rhydon, Rhyhorn. Two of the really cool Pokemon. I think the only reason that these aren't higher up on the list is because they're just kind of lamer versions of Nidoking. They kind of look like Nidoking, but they're not as cool. Hydrate. Thank you. Posture check. Thank you. As I immediately gain 5 inches in height. And I can hear my back pop as I stretch out. That's kind of crazy. Chansey. There's not much to say about Chansey. She's in the Pokemon Center. She gets a lot of screen time. B tier. Tangela? I really have no idea what they're thinking with Tangela. Kind of a wild idea to just like say like, we'll have some vines and we'll call that a Pokemon. But it's so weird that I gotta give it a good rank. It's kind of the same thing as It's what's it like, Vileplume, or whatever this one is. Then it's just ugly. And there's not many ugly Pokemon. Kangaskhan, easy A tier. It's just cool. It has a little kid in its pouch. It hits hard. It hits like a truck. It's still pretty good, I think, in competitive. In UU, or whatever tier it's in. Mega Kangaskhan, the kid grew up, which is not as cute. I gotta say the kid growing up is not as cute. But there's still Kangaskhan in it. D tier. Horsey Seadra. So Kingdra is one of my favorite Pokemon. But I guess that was added in the next generation. They're both very cool. Misty had them. B tier. These are kind of lame, not gonna lie. Goldeen will put as average. Sea King is literally just like a goldfish. They did not do enough to distinguish this from the actual animal. D tier. Starmie and Staryu. They're cool. They rolled me. They rolled me as a kid in Misty's gym. Misty can roll me today. It's just that simple. I think Staryu is cooler than Starmie. Or whichever way the names are. I don't know. Mr. Mime. Mr. Mime was doing stuff with Ash's mom. D tier. I see Mr. Mime. D tier. Just not as cool. Scyther. Easy S tier. And if you don't think Scyther's S tier, get out of the chat. Scyther is easily top 5, top 3, top 1 Pokemon. Peter's coolest champ in the game would have a hard time arguing with you. There's a whole squad of like no evolution Pokemon right now. They're all pretty cool. Jinx was a little too racist on first release for me to really give it anything above D tier. Electabuzz, Magmar, both really cool Pokemon. Easy A tier. Not as cool as Scyther. And that's the thing. These champs are all kind of grouped together with Scyther. Cannot rank them as high. Don't know where Electabuzz went. It kind of just disappeared. Oh no, Magmar was supposed to be here. Pinsir, cool. Again, not as cool as Scyther. Kind of just the lamer bug Pokemon of the two. Duo. Scyther's S tier. Cannot be S tier. Mega Pinsir, lame. Just not cool. Tauros, Ash has 29 of these bad boys. They have to be pretty cool. Magikarp and Gyarados. Gyarados was made to be cool. This whole line, the whole idea of just like a shitty Pokemon turns into a badass Pokemon. Cool, I'm a fan of it. Both of them are A tier. Moving on, we got Mega Gyarados. I think it's cooler of the Megas, not as cool as regular Gyarados. He splashes though. He does splash. He do be splashing, but I don't think it's enough to boost him up to the S tier. Yeah, I don't think we can boost that bad boy up to S tier. Lapras. Lapras is kind of average. Lapras is above average. It's cool. Ditto. Cool gimmick. One of the best gimmicks that they have. Eevee. Eevee doesn't get much cuter than Eevee. So this is kind of a hard one. Because I don't think Eevee is S tier. I think we might have some haters on that idea. Eevee's not cute enough to be S tier. It is strong A tier. Vaporeon, Jolteon, Flareon. Flareon, lamest of the three, also the worst, because before they split special and physical, Flareon was a fire Pokemon, which uses special, and had high physical stats. So it's kind of booty. So we're putting it at C tier. I think Flareon's kind of average. Jolteon, very cute, very fast, and it's my girlfriend's favorite Pokemon. And for that reason alone, I have to put it at S tier. Hashtag no simp. A tier. Sorry, not simping that much. Yeah, also did I mention I have a girlfriend? Losers, but it's A tier. I'm sorry. Don't like you that much. Vaporeon, very cute. I think it's with A tier with Jolteon. I know we had somebody say they're leaving if Vaporeon is not S tier. It's cute. Not that cute. Not cute enough. Porygon. Porygon's dope. Have I considered Vaporeon's influence in Pokemon Go? They all have equal influence in Pokemon Go. But you are correct. I did not consider their influence in Pokemon Go. She was right about the horse. I think... I will let you bully me this last time. After this, I will stand my ground. Oh yeah, you guys all like Maddie's list? Why didn't you watch Maddie's stream where Maddie ranks all the Pokemon, huh? Hate you guys. Alright, Porygon. Just a bunch of polygons. It's cute. I think it's way better than the future versions of Porygon that they added. Omnistar, Omnimite. Kinda average. I think just because of Twitch plays Pokemon, I'll give it B tier. Because to be honest, it's D tier in my brain. But the Praise Helix stuff brings it all the way up to B tier. Omnimite's just ugly, but doesn't look cool. Kabuto, Kabutops. Imagine liking evolutions. They're cute! You don't even understand the metrics of this list. It's how much I like them. That's it. That's the only rule. Kabuto, Kabutops. They're cool. They're badass. Kabuto, slightly above average. Kabutops is a badass. I really think it's just the Scythes. If you look, Scyther and Kabutops are very similar. Kabutops was featured on the like Pokemon Monopoly board. I think everybody played Pokemon Monopoly and did not play normal Monopoly. Or at least if you didn't play Pokemon Monopoly, you missed out. Aerodactyl. Aerodactyl had some time in the spotlight in competitive. It was in Lance's team, the first champion of the Kanto region. B tier. I think fossil Pokemon are pretty cool in general. This is just spiky Aerodactyl. They screwed up my boy. For no reason. Snorlax, gotta love him. He's chunky. He's a chonkers. No 6 moves. And you have to wake him up. Articuno, Zapdos, and Moltres. The original legendary Pokemon. That's gotta be they gotta get a little bit. A Make Me Dab was redeemed. I don't know why you would do this to us. Now everybody has to see this. Oh god, and I have to see it too. That was kind of rough. Back on track. Articuno, Zapdos, Moltres. Articuno, in my opinion, is the coolest of the 3. I'm putting it at B tier. This doesn't mean that the other ones can't also be B tier, but I think it's a stronger B tier. Zapdos looks a little bit too much like a chicken for me. I'm putting it at D tier despite its legendary status. And we'll slot in Moltres right in the middle. Moltres got dicked on by Stealth Rocks a bit too much. It's no good. Dragonite line. Dragonite, the original cool guy of Pokemon. Dratini's got the cuteness. B tier. Dragonair, also very pristine, very sleek looking Pokemon. There's not very many Pokemon that you describe as sleek. Dragonair is one of them. Dragonite, this is a soft spot. I think if you played starting in Generation 1, you got a soft spot for Dragonite. It's cool. Mewtwo, I'm gonna level with you guys. Mewtwo is strong. Mewtwo is badass, but I don't think its design is cool enough. They could have done a little bit more to put it at S tier. I'm putting it at A tier. Don't get me wrong. Still upper echelon of Pokemon, not S tier. The Mega Evolutions, I actually think that they did a really good job and they probably worked really hard to make sure the Mega Evolutions were as cool as Mewtwo. Because if they had lame Megas, I don't know, it would just be, you can't tarnish Mewtwo's legacy. It's too important. This one's actually not too cool. I take back everything I just said. This one's cool, changed it. This one's just bigger. Mew, really hard not to give Mew S tier. I'm gonna give it S tier. I don't think Pokemon becomes as popular as it is today without Mew. It's cute. There are so many rumors about how to get Mew. Like, it's too influential in the series to have a not give it S tier. Yeah, under the car, everybody did that. Like, there was all the hacks. There's just so many rumors about how you can get this Pokemon. Most of which were untrue. So we are done with the first generation. We've got 7 more generations to go, and I'm out of water. So I'll be back in about 13.5 seconds with the replenished stock. Just kidding. I ended up getting coffee because this is taking a toll on me. And I definitely am not pushing back the green screen that leans on my chair because it fell over. All right, this is too wet for me to open. So we'll open it up in a second. On to Generation 2. And we are what? We're 50 minutes in? Oh no, I'm going to be here forever. Oh, we're going to have to speed this up a little bit. We're going to speed this up a little bit. Chikorita. Cute, very cute. B tier, above average. Meganium is average. Bayleaf isn't doing enough for me. Just not cool. Very cool teenager Pokemon in this era. Cyndaquil, put him at an A tier. Got the fire. He's got a very cute face. Pilava is a badass. Look how cool this Pokemon is. Very strong A tier. Closing out on S tier. I think Typhlosion isn't as cool as them. Still above the average Pokemon. B tier. Totodile, Crocodile, Feraligatr. All very cool. Totodile, I think, is the cutest of the 3. A tier. I think all 3 of these are A tier. I think Crocodile is really cool. Crocodile is closing in on S tier. Unsubbed? Unsubbed for what? Are we talking about unsubbed because of Chikorita? Totodile? What are you angry at? You can state your case. I've let other people state their case if they strongly disagree. Feraligatr also. Clean sweep from A tier from this line. No Cyndaquil / Typhlosion in S tier? Alright, Typhlosion just isn't cool enough. Cyndaquil is cute. If you were going to make an argument for anybody, it would have to be Quilava. Quilava for S tier, I could buy. Cyndaquil, Sentret and Ferret. Sentret, C tier. Kind of normal. Ferret, it's got the I can walk thing going for it. What is it? It's got this thing going for it. And this song is like based around Ferret. And I've listened to this quite a lot on streams. So that's why Ferret will be B tier. This was like the first shiny Pokemon, right? Hoot / Noctowl. I have to speed up, watch his YouTube. This doesn't even have the video.
Other Pokemon can fly majestically through the sky, but I can walk.
They can walk.
Other Pokemon can dig a hole that's real
You know what?
deep and big, but I can walk. They can walk. I don't quite know where I am going, but still, if there's
And how good is this?
that can
How
be
motivational
walked,
is this?
so I
That even if
will.
you are...
Don't need a reason to keep walking, I just do.
Whoa, that does not look
I'm
good.
back home with you. Other Pokemon
We're looping
can
this bad
shout
boy.
and shoot lasers from their mouths, but I can walk.
They can walk.
You might be thinking,
Other
this is just a
Pokemon
song
can
about how
fly.
lame Ferret
One
is.
of them is literally
beats that, I would say.
I can walk. They can walk. And sure, they might be the creators.
This song is just about how lame it is. But that's kind of cool to be lame. Hoot hoot.
Destiny or massive Pokemon to fight. Just walking through the night.
All right, everybody together now.
With their Pokemon.
Oh, nope. I thought it was the chorus again. All right, hoot hoot. Let me put on the regular music. Hoot hoot, C tier, kind of average. Noctowl was the first shiny Pokemon, B tier. We're speeding it up. I took too much time with the I can walk thing. Ladybug, C tier. Always a big fan of Ladian. Thought it was a cool looking Pokemon. Good enough for a strong B tier, but not good enough for A. Yeah, B tier. Just wasn't good enough. Like, it's cool, but it was kind of a trash Pokemon. Spinarak, Gyarados, kind of both average. Crobat, very cool. Almost as cool as the OG Zubat, but we're still keeping it at B tier. Whimsicast and Lantern, both average. Pichu, cute. I think they did a good job making a pre-evolution for Pikachu. Not A tier. Good enough. All right, now we got... Oh, this is the whole slew of baby Pokemon. None of these do it for me. They're cute to be cute, but there's nothing interesting about them other than the fact that they're cute. So I'm putting these as average. I think they're average as far as cute Pokemon designs go. Togepi, above average. Very cool looking Pokemon. Togetic, I'm with it. Togekiss, we'll see. Natu, Xatu. I always thought that these Pokemon were legendaries. They're like too regal looking. There's something about them that makes them look like they should be cooler or more important than they actually are at the moment. So I'm going to give them average just because they're kind of a bit of a letdown. The Sheep Squad. I think this is an easy throwing them all down in B tier. Ampharos, I don't think it's as cool as the other ones. They look like prophets. Yeah, they look like they should be telling me something important. They look like they should be telling me that the world's going to end in 4 days unless I complete the gym challenge. Ampharos, not as cool as Mareep. Mega Ampharos is kind of cool. I think this is the only Pokemon that I've ranked, Mega version that I've ranked above the regular version. Blossom, very cool. I read a Nuzlocke comic once, and it had Blossom featured in it as saving the day in the Elite Four. So I got a little bit of emotional investment in that one. We got Little Meryl and Azumarill. Little Baby Meryl. I really don't. It's not doing anything for me. It's not as cute as the other ones. Like, Meryl is already cute. Like, it's not cuter than Meryl. Azumarill, average, cool. It has huge power, which is a pretty cool ability. Sudowoodo is great. I remember interacting with Sudowoodo in the game and having no idea what to do about it. So it's solid. I think I'm putting it at A tier. What are we wedding? Nothing has been anywhere near this Pokemon. No, I don't even buy it. Politoed. This is like, I remember the Pear song in Pokemon Stadium 2, and it would just destroy me. So B tier because I have some memories of it. It's just not as cute as other cute Pokemon. Like, where's Meryl? Where did we put Meryl? Did we do Meryl? Wait, is that Meryl? Oh, that is Meryl. I thought that was baby Meryl. We're putting it at A tier then. I thought this was the baby version that they made from Meryl. Don't worry, I'll cut this part out of the YouTube video. They'll never know. They'll never know. All right, we got these three Pokemon. These three Pokemon are trash. I don't know why they made them so bad. They have like the lowest stats in the game. All this Pokemon can do is splash. I don't know. Just absolute waste of a Pokemon. This Pokemon is cool. It's a little monkey. You shake it down from trees. And this is just a sunflower and a sunflower seed with eyeballs. I'm actually going to slam these guys both in D tier as well. Got a lot of D tiers coming out of Johto. I do not remember this Pokemon at all. So we'll do it at C tier. Not very memorable. Wooper. Easy. Above average. Quagsire, average. Back to some evolutions. I know a lot of people like to hate on the evolutions. I am not one of those people. I think they're cool. I'm friends with a guy named Spade the King who streams Pokemon, and his avatar is Umbreon. So I got to give him a little boost up to A tier. He's also very cool looking. Gary in the anime had an Umbreon, right? And he was kind of cool. Like, he had his cloak and he had his Umbreon by his side. Kind of badass. Espeon really isn't cool. Kind of just a cat. Putting him at average C tier. This Pokemon's cool. I don't remember its name, but it looks cool. Cool design. Low King. I'm kind of don't know what to do with this guy. Cool looking. He's got like the crown and everything, but he's just like not better than Slowbro, right? Looking at these three side by side, it's clearly the lamest of them. And I think it's an average Pokemon. I think it's an average Pokemon, but not average dog meat feeders. Keep them up. Can he name them all? Misdrevious? Very cool. I was a big fan of this Pokemon. I always caught it. I always thought it had an evolution, but then it doesn't. Kind of lame. Unknown? I wish they had every letter of the unknowns. Cool gimmick. Doesn't do enough. They only have one move. Totally useless other than for like the movie. Wobbuffet! Another Jesse James Pokemon. Very funny, very memorable. A tier. They were great in the movie. The Entei movie was one of the best. I do have to admit that. But they were like a plot device, right? Like characters and everything, if they're just a plot device, it's hard to give them a high rating. Because they're only there to do one thing. Girafarig, I like the wordplay. Pineco. They do come in different letters. I'll give them C tier. You've convinced me. We'll give them C tier. They have a lot of different letters. Yeah, that's true. No other Pokemon has as much variations. Very, very great point. We got Pineco and Fortress. Fortress, I'm putting it at F tier. Mainly because Fortress, it goes against everything I stand for as far as entry hazards in competitive Pokemon. False, what about the swirly dizzy one? Oh, the ice cream one? The ice cream one does have... Oh no, Spinda. They're like programmatically generated Spindas. There's like a billion of them. That's a great point. Yeah, so we're moving Spinda back to D tier. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Vile North, but got out-argued. That's just the way the cookie crumbles. But what is more unique about unknowns than about Spinda? Silhouette is different, yes. But as soon as you get to the detail, Spinda is just as different. Pineco, kind of average. But it gives birth to Fortress, so I'm putting it below average. Dunsparce. I don't know, man. You know what? I am gonna say, just because there was also like they appear a lot. They create dimensions. I'll give it to you guys just this once. Dunsparce? I like the Pokemon that's made to be lame. It gives me a Pokemon to identify with and to call my own. Above average. Actually, you know what? More than above average. A tier. Amongst the best. Gligar? Duskor? I don't remember the name of this one. It's cool. Ash Ketchum had one in one of the shows, I believe. Gliscor, maybe? We'll put it at average. Steelix. Steelix was a worthy addition to the Onix line. And I'm putting it above average. Not as cool as the original Onix, just kind of more grindier. But it is what it is. Mega Steelix doesn't do it for me. D tier. Nubble Gramble. This is one of the few times that they get cute and badass together in one evolution to the next. And they did a great job, above average. Simple. Quillfish, just, there's nothing to it, man. It's like they needed to fill out a water slot, so they made Quillfish. Like, I think with a pufferfish, you could do so much. Because it's such like an iconic animal. Scizor. A lot of people like it more than Scyther. I think it's clearly not as cool as Scyther. Cool enough to be A tier. Yeah, I can't make an argument to make it S tier. Mega Scizor, one of the cooler megas, average. Chuckle, really love it. Great gimmick. Very lame, but very cute. Heracross was one of those times where it's like they were like, alright, Pinsir sold well. People loved Pinsir. Why don't we make Pinsir 2? And that's what they did. Love Pinsir 2. Also very cool. Mega Pinsir 2. Not doing it for me. Average along with Scizor. Sneasel is one of my favorite Pokemon. I'm putting that bad boy at S tier. One of the original dark types. Very fast, has its own like little niche that he's fast, hard hitter. Also gets an evolution, but the evolution isn't as cool. Teddiursa and Ursaring. Very interesting case here. I think Teddiursa is cuter than the average cute Pokemon. So I'll be putting him at B tier. Ursaring, kind of normal. Normal type, normal tier. I'll tell you that much. Slugma, Magcargo. Kind of average. I think Slugma's cool. Slugma burns at like 10 billion degrees. Awesome Pokedex entry. Also is the reason why Pokemon would win against 10 billion lines. Although it would be close. I don't remember what these guys' names are. Kind of below average if you ask me. Yeah, I think both of them I'm ranking D tier. Ursula? Cute. Not doing anything special. This is the same exact design. And I don't have any attachment to the first version. We're just slamming that boy at C. Remoraid Octillery. I think Octillery is really cool. It always shows up in random battles on Pokemon Showdown. And it like knows Bullet Seed and Fire Blast. Great moveset. Delibird. Santa Claus is a Pokemon. And boy, do I love Santa Claus. A tier. No arguments to be made. Mantine. I had a little Mantine toy when I was a kid. And I didn't have very many Pokemon toys. And for that reason alone, nothing to do with how cool it is, B tier. DQ, this is not Go, unfortunately. Although I might be ranking black and white Go stones in a tier list at some point. I apologize for not streaming Go. Armory is cool. It's one of those Pokemon that's made to be cool. B tier, above average. It had its time in the anime. Is my category Go? Oh, my category is Go. Oh, thank you so much for letting me know that. Thank you. Kind of a hero. Switching over to just chatting. Thanks to Siku. I apologize for getting your hopes up. There's probably somebody more fun to watch stream and Go anyways. You don't have time to watch a shitter like me. Alright, we got Houndour, Houndoom. Very cool. Kind of surprised that they went for these. They're kind of a little demonic. Houndoom, cute B tier. Houndoom, badass A tier. No worries, my man. No worries. Neither have I. Mega Houndoom, actually a cool Pokemon. I'm putting it up at A tier. I think that's the highest alternate form has gotten. And for good reason. It looks cool. Kingdra, this Pokemon has like no weaknesses other than Dragon, I think. It's a cool design. It's got a little bit of like the coral stuff on the top. It's a dragon type, which is always cool. Got those little wings. It's a seahorse. A tier. I don't remember where I put the other parts of its line. B tier probably. Yeah, B tier. I think it's the coolest of the three. Makes sense. Manaphy Donphan. Donphan had a game in Pokemon, a mini game in Pokemon Stadium 2. So it's, I gotta put it, and I loved that mini game, but I gotta put it at A tier. Manaphy is cute, cuter than the average cute Pokemon. So B tier. Porygon 2, horrible compared to the original Porygon, but more or less an average Pokemon. This is nothing special. Don't remember what its name is. Smeargle, very awesome shtick, because Smeargle can learn like any moves in the game. Because like it has a move that copies the last move learned permanently. Sweet gimmick, cool design. A tier. Tyrogue and Hitmontop. Very cool that they added on to Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee. Oh yeah! So this is awkward. So Porygon 2 is Captain Squirrel's kind of whole icon thing. If you don't know him, he's an awesome pixel art streamer that's taking a little bit of a break, but I'm sure he'll be back anytime now. Yo, what's up, Spade? We're ranking every Pokemon that's ever existed, and we are way behind schedule. I was thinking I'd be like halfway done now, but we're peeking into Gen 2. And there's a debate going on about Porygon 2. I ranked as average, but one of my friends has it as it's like his avatar on a lot of things. So, because of that, I'm putting up above average at B tier. Don't worry, Spade. Umbreon is sitting pretty. Where is Umbreon? At A tier. Amongst the best. So no worries on that front. We got Tyrogue and Hitmontop. I think Tyrogue is cool. It's, I think, one of the best baby forms because they didn't just say like, oh, we'll shrink the Pokemon and give it big eyeballs and we'll call it a baby form. Hitmontop, I think, is as cool as Hitmonchan, Hitmonlee. I don't know if it's A tier. I think it's B tier. It's cool. It dances. Actually, you know what? So I had one Pokemon book as a kid. It was like a book, like a picture book. No, it was like a normal book. That had like scenes from the anime. Like it was just like a visual novel, pretty much chronologizing, telling the story of the anime. And the one that I had was about Ash fighting a Hitmontop. So I'm ranking it up. All right, we got another set of baby forms. We got Jinx, Electkid, and Magby. We're slamming all of these as average. Actually, Electkid's pretty cute. Electkid's going up. Magby is average. C tier. Milk Tank. Ooh, I just have horrible memories of Whitney rolling me. Just absolutely dumpstering me. It's also a cow. I think, and you can drink Milk Tank milk. I'm actually considering Milk Tank to enter the S tier. Milk Tank gives you PTSD? Yeah, dude. Whitney was just, it was too much of a monster. It's too powerful. I don't know if it's S tier. It doesn't have an iconic enough look for me to give it S tier. Blissey is just, it's Chansey 2.0. One cool thing about Blissey is that it gives Chansey access to Eviolite. And then all of a sudden that makes Chansey like better than Blissey, even though it's the uniformed version. Kind of neat. The legendary trio, and then we'll be done with Johto. These are all very cool Mons. The amount of times you tried to sleep or hypnotize those dogs instead of just throwing your Master Ball. Yeah, there's 3 of them. Like, you can't use your Master Ball on the trio. Then how are you going to catch the other ones? Ooh, this is hard to rank. I think Entei had a very, very good movie. I'm going to do Entei first. I'm going to do Entei at B tier or A tier? B tier or A tier? I think Entei's got to be A tier. The one disadvantage that Raikou has is that Entei had the movie. Suicune had the game. Yeah, so Suicune had Pokemon Crystal. Entei had the movie. What did Raikou have? Why is Raikou the poor middle child that nobody cared about? But it has like the coolest design, I think. I think actually all three of them. I don't think it's cool enough to be A tier. It's not cool enough. It doesn't have enough emotional pool. Raikou is sticking at B tier, sadly. Crystal, best game. Yeah, Crystal, I think, might have been the first Pokemon game I beat. Maybe that was Sapphire. I'm not sure. Crystal is definitely up there. Larvitar. Larvitar is one of the coolest kid designs. A lot of the kid designs aren't cool and just cute. Larvitar is cool and cute. Because you can tell this guy's going to grow up to something badass. Like, even if you didn't know what Tyranitar looked like, you could see this Pokemon and know that it's going to become a badass. And I think that's actually really impressive design. Pupitar. I think I'm going to... Pupitar isn't cool, but it's not supposed to be cool. And I think it's a well-designed Pokemon to be like a larvae. It has just enough spunk to it. Tyranitar, easily. It's one of the goated Pokemon. Everybody knows Tyranitar. It's one of the pseudo-legendaries. It's got to be A tier. Spunk. Come on, man. Mega Tyranitar is just a lamer version of Tyranitar. It's like, Tyranitar was cool, so they didn't know how to make it cooler, so they just did more things. Lugia Ho-Oh. Lugia, Pokemon the Movie 2000. Absolute badass in that movie. It can talk, which is the reason why we put Meowth at S tier. I don't know if Lugia is S tier, because legendary Pokemon is kind of different. Like, you have to compare legendary Pokemon against other legendary Pokemon, because obviously they're going to be cooler. They're going to have a more interesting design than other Pokemon. And I think compared to other legendary Pokemon, I'm putting it at A tier. Ho-Oh, it's got a special place in my heart. First Pokemon that Ash ever saw. It was his duty to keep the legendary Pokemon in order, and he didn't do that very well in the movie. Did oversee legendaries. You've convinced me. Lugia's S tier. Ash rode on a Lugia. He's S tier. Ho-Oh, keeping it A tier. Celebi. Celebi? What was it? Pokemon Forever was the Celebi movie. Huge fan of that movie. Putting him at a strong A tier. Trico, Grovyle, Sceptile. This is one of the times where I think they missed the mark. Dog, that movie. Yeah, I think that was one of the... I think that might be the best Pokemon movie. I obviously haven't seen them all, but out of the ones I've seen, might be the best, other than maybe the first Pokemon movie. I think they missed... Oh, we're on Hoenn. Just first, a shout out to that. We're making progress. Trico is way cool. I think they missed the mark on Grovyle. I think Grovyle isn't as cool. Trico has the most attitude out of pretty much any Pokemon. And I think I'm giving Trico S tier. Just Ash's Trico had like a little twig in its mouth. You like Pokemon Heroes? That was good. I wouldn't go to say as far as to say that movie is goated like Pokemon Forever was, but it's up there. Well, I think it's just average. Sceptile, actually, Sceptile is slightly above average. Ash's Sceptile was an absolute monster in the show. I've watched... Sceptile. Mega Sceptile, I don't know. It's not doing it for me. Most of the Megas just don't do it for me. Ooh, the Blaziken line. Grovyle is quite the impact in Pokemon Mystery Dungeon. I have not played Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, so you're going to have to expand on that impact. Maybe you can get it out of C tier. Maybe you can get it all the way up to B tier. Maybe even A tier, depending on the level of impact. I'm expecting 3 sentences. An introduction, body, and conclusion. with those 3 sentences, you must try to convince me. Torchic, Combuskin, Blaziken. Torchic, B tier. I don't think it's cute enough to be A tier. Combuskin looks like a fucking bowling pin. So B tier. No. Combuskin looks like a bowling pin, so A tier. Hydrate. Thanks, my man. Blaziken? Blaziken's cool. Blaziken, A tier. Mega Blaziken looks like a fighter. This guy looks like a badass. So we're giving him... You can give him A tier as well, actually. You said Roval, quite the impact. The dangerous, cool fugitive, but ends up being a hero. That does sound pretty cool. I am a big fan of the fugitive turned hero trope, so we'll level him up. Mudkip. Mudkip has so many memes. Mudkip has to be A tier. Marshtomp, Swampert. Marshtomp is kind of average in my books. Swampert has been in competitive Pokemon for so long, it's got to be A tier as well. Mega Swampert actually looks cool. They didn't just add a bunch of shit, they changed the form of it, but kept the identity. I'm actually giving Mega Marshtomp A tier. Wow. Poochyena, Mediana. Really cool Pokemon to like subvert the normal like, oh, here's the starting dog. Heavily featured in Team Aqua, Team Magma compositions. I'm giving them both above average. E tier. Zigzagoon, Linoon. What can I say? They picked stuff up for me. Zigzagoon above average. Linoon, I'm actually going to put that guy at average. Not as cool. Same with the Alolan forms, Galarian forms. I don't know. Maybe you guys know. Wurmple's cool. It has 2 different lines depending on something. I think like the time it evolves. I'm not entirely sure. See, it's like not as cute as Caterpie. I think it's average. Both of these guys are average. I think the Butterfly is above the average Pokemon, and the Moth is just average. Lotad line. Lotad is cool, above average. It's got like the little eye peeking out, just smug enough. Ludicolo. These guys are not doing it for me. I'm actually going to put these guys both below average. C-Dot, very cute. Nuzleaf. Nuzleaf has done one of the things that very few Pokemon have done, and that's completely influence just the community. And the Nuzlocke challenge was named after Nuzleaf. Therefore, the lowest I will consider giving him is A tier. I do not think his design is cool enough to rank him up to S tier, but A tier is a fine spot to be. Not many Pokemon can claim that. Shiftry. You can tell that Shiftry is a badass. And its hair looks like Super Saiyan 3 Goku. Yeah, so Nuzlocke was named after... So the creator of Nuzlocke, the Nuzlocke challenge, was like some like comic writer. And he had a Nuzleaf that he drew with the face of John Locke from Lost. And then Nuzlocke was just combining those 2 names. Interesting tidbit with Rye the goat. Alright, so we got Talo and Swellow. I think the most interesting of the starting birds. So I'm going to give them a B tier slot. Because they deserve it. They're above average. Wingull, Pelipper. There was one guy in the anime where Pelipper had like 3 different Pokemon in its beak and it was using their moves. Like he had like a fire Pokemon, so he had a Pelipper that knew Fire Blast. And just the fact that somebody cheated with him puts him at B tier because cheating's cool. You didn't know that either? Yeah, it's fun fact, dude. You learn so much watching this channel. We got Ralts, Kirlia, Gardevoir. And I gotta say, Ralts very cute. Wally had one, important to the story. The only thing I have against Ralts... Wait, where did Ralts go? Oh, right there. Way to find it. Only thing I had against Ralts is how much time I spent in that little patch of grass looking for it. That's my biggest issue with it. Other than that, it's cute. Kirlia, little ballerina dancer. Gonna get it alongside Ralts. And Gardevoir has generated enough Rule 34 content that based on that alone, Gardevoir is an easy B tier. But it's also a good Pokemon, bringing it up to A tier. Mega Gardevoir? Actually, not that much worse than normal Gardevoir, but still B tier. Surskit and whatever this evolution is, they're average Pokemon. Nothing to write home about. But now we're at two of the coolest. Shroomish and Breloom. Look at Shroomish's face. You know it's thinking something. And Breloom is the first Pokemon in a while I've been considering to put in at S tier. I used Breloom in a lot of competitive Pokemon teams. It has access to Spore, Mach Punch, and Bullet Seed. All Technician boosted. And it's such a good two-part evolution. Like to go from this to this. A lot of times I think they would add a third version, but I think a third middle evolution would really ruin that set. Slackoth, Vigoroth, Slaking. Cool idea with the Truant. Kind of makes the Pokemon useless though. I think they're above average. They had a lot of impact. Your dad uses them. I think Vigoroth looks cool. I think these are all above average. The fact that they took it off for the second form for the feisty teenager, that's too much energy. Ooh, this is cool. That when if you evolve Nincada with a open slot in your party, you just get a Ninjask or Shedinja. You get it evolves into Ninjask and you get a free Shedinja. Awesome idea. I don't think they've done anything else like that since. So I gotta put them above average. I think Ninjask has like the speed boost baton pass of yesterday, putting them at A tier. Shedinja has Wonder Guard, a unique ability, putting them at A tier as well. It's because it sheds its skin. Oh, that's like the shedded skin. That makes so much sense. And it's so obvious. I can't believe I never figured that out. That's wild. What's as wild as how much I'm struggling to open up this coffee. Struggle no more, my friends. We got Wishmer, Loudred, and then something else. I don't remember what the name of this one was. The whole sound gimmick is cool. They were super annoying in that cave. I'm just gonna stick them. I like this design. The design with the speakers for ears is badass. It's kick-ass, dude. This guy's kind of... It's such a downgrade from this design. This design. This is just something screaming. Ooh. Makahita. An absolute sack. Look at that guy. It's just a sack. You can see the bag. But Brawly rolled me with these guys. I'm actually only going to put this one at B tier. I don't think it's as cool. It's not as cute. This is the baby Meryl. D tier. There's nothing to improve on Meryl. Does not make it cuter. Absolute slap in the face to the Meryl legacy. Nose pass. Never figured out how to catch one of these. I've never caught one of them, but I've always wanted to. And that makes me hate them, putting them at D tier. All right, thanks, Eloqua. Thanks for lurking around. Have a good one, my man. I will need luck because my throat is dry. And we got a while to go. Thanks for stopping by while you can. Alright, so we got, I don't remember these guys. They're normal. I'm not going to talk about the ones I don't care about. Sableye, absolute beast. Just a awesome mon that left a lot of impact on me. D tier. Mawile, I had Pokemon Sapphire. My brother had Pokemon Ruby. I never got a Mawile. D tier. Mega Sableye. Big ass crystal. Kind of like the design that it's just a Sableye with a big crystal. Mega Mawile, also kind of lame. Aggron. In the badass category. Aeron, cool. This form, kind of average. They didn't really do much to make it look unique. It just kind of looks like the halfway point. Aggron, also above average. The Mega form, average. It's a solid continuation. Not much. Medicham, I like this. Psychic Fighting is such a cool typing. Yeah, I think that's Aggron's problem. Is that it's just like Tyranitar. Like, it's too similar to other Pokemon that are cooler than it. Like, Tyranitar and Nidoking are just cooler, I think, than Aggron. So it's hard to think about it as super cool. Medicham. Psychic Fighting is a really awesome type combination. But actually, I like the Mega. The Mega is a nice shift to the design. Not just accentuating the features. We got Electrike and Minetrike. I think this is the horrible Mega Evolution. I'm getting that out of the way first thing. Absolutely disgusting Mega Evolution. Putting that all the way down at F tier. These two, on the other hand, quite cool. I remember using them in the game. I remember the route you can find them is the same route that you have of a Mayfight, and that Mayfight is super hard. Also, Minoon. They're just Pikachu clones. Nothing special. Nothing special, I can say. I don't even remember these guys' names. If I can't remember the Pokemon's name, I'm just assuming that it's average tier. Roselia, above average. Same with the evolution, but I guess they made that later on. This is just a failed... These, like, invoke the same imagery and ideas as Grimer and Muck, but they aren't Grimer and Muck. I think this one's average and this one's below average. Carvana. And these two are both badass Pokemon. Team Aqua used them a lot. I'm putting them at just one slot above average. Mega Sharpedo, actually a cool design. Adds on to Sharpedo instead of just doing nothing. It exaggerates features in the right ways. I'm looking it up. Wailmer and Wailord. Wailmer... I'm giving Wailmer average and Wailord. Somebody said, what if we make a Pokemon that's like really big though? And then they made Wailord. That's cool. Wailord's the biggest Pokemon, the heaviest Pokemon. Giving it an A tier, creeping on S tier in my opinion, just due to the raw size and girth of this bad boy. Where are we? Numel Camerupt. Getting into some fire-type Pokemon. They're lame. I don't know what else to say, they're lame. I think Camerupt is a neat design. I'd really like to see a third form of them. And I think that it could do a lot. But the Mega Evolution is not that. Putting it at D tier. The Mega Evolution below average. Torkoal is a beast. I liked the, I can't remember her name, but the fire-type gym leader in that game has a Torkoal, and it was really hard to fight. Spoink and Grumpig. Now, this is how you do an evolution. The evolution doesn't have to look the same. It can be a totally different thing. It's called evolution, right? And also, Spoink is holding a Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball is goated. I think both of these are far above the average Pokemon and are A tier. Spinda. Spinda's got a lot of forms. More than unknown, some would say. I'm putting it above average B tier. It's a solid design with a neat gimmick, right? That puts it above the average Pokemon. Trapinch, Vibrava, Flygon. Awesome line. I think the fact that they changed so drastically. Another one where the teenage version is far cooler than any of the other versions. I think teenage version, A tier, Flygon, B tier. We got, what is this? Cacturn and the first version. I don't remember what the first version's called. Both average. Easy average. Altaria, one of the coolest dragon types in my opinion. It's like, this is the first dragon type that I think wasn't a badass. Like, I think before, all of the dragons are like, look at me, I'm a scary beast, but this is just like a flub of cotton. Very cute, very cool. Above the average Pokemon. The tier list is getting so big, it takes so long to scroll up. Mega Altaria, actually kind of neat. Putting it at average. Zangoose, Seviper. The tail is old as time. The snake and Zangoose? I don't remember what the name of that Pokemon is, but enough to make it above average. Lunatone and Solrock. It's crazy to me. It's crazy to me that they didn't bring up Lunatone and Solrock and give them Galarian forms in Sun and Moon. Absolutely insane. Just the disrespect saddens me. They're still they're average Pokemon. Witchcast, Wishmer, average. Corphish, Crawdont. I think are worthy successors to the Krabby line and are above average. Wait a minute, that's not above average. That is average. These are lame. I'm gonna be honest. This is a Dreidel, so I'll give it a little bit, but then it loses the fact that it's a Dreidel, which is the best part. None of these fossil Pokemon are very inspired. I think this one has a good ability. I see it in competitive Pokemon a decent amount. Feebas is like the rarest Pokemon, right? You have to be like there's like 3 tiles where you can catch a Feebas. That's neat. Looks like Magikarp without infringing too much on Magikarp's space. While making you watch an ad. Dude, I put ads on only for Jaybreaker. I have an if condition that says if Jaybreaker, play ad. You're lucky I didn't pile on a couple more. So we're most of the way through Hoenn. We should be finishing within 2 hours, hopefully. Minimum. Milotic. Not much to say about Milotic. It's cool. It's sexy. It's sleek. It's A tier. Dabion minimal. I will hydrate, but only on coffee, as that's the only thing on my desk at the moment. Thank you. Thank you. All right, where are we? What did we just rank? Oh, we just did Milotic A tier. That's simple. It appeared a lot in the anime. Very sleek. Castform. Awesome gimmick. I think that they introduced weather conditions in this generation, and I think this is one of the ways that they introduced it was with Castform that could change forms. I think all of the forms are pretty cool. I can specifically remember the ice one and the fire one. Above average. Actually, you know what? I'm going to say that this is well above average. It's A tier Pokemon. Kecleon, neat gimmick that it can change types when it's hit by something. It's one of the first like actually cool abilities, I think. A lot of the abilities are kind of lame or straightforward. Above average. Above average. Also, you could it has an overworld sprite, dude. Pokemon with overworld sprites, easy bump to A tier. Jumpit. This is a cool sequence. There is an S tier. Very few Pokemon have gotten to S tier. And it's mostly just Pokemon I like, if I'm going to be honest. I think a lot of people have an issue with Sandshrew and Sandslash being there. Okay, why is Squirtle? Why is Squirtle there? Why are you here? Because Squirtle's cool. Squirtle's cute. Squirtle Squad? Look at this. You seem a little high if you don't think Squirtle should be in there. Look at this guy. Are you kidding me? Look at that. You telling me there's another Pokemon with as much swagger as Squirtle? You're insane. Sandslash deserves S tier, but you don't know about Sandshrew? I don't know, they're both so cool. I have such a love for those two Pokemon. I don't know why. I just use them all the time. Like in any game where I can have a Sandshrew, I use it. So I'm keeping it there. Squirtle's easily there. Just due to the raw swagger it has. Where were we? I think these are... It's a neat design. And it's a standalone Pokemon. We'll get to them. Wait, where is Electivire? Electivire's in a long time. So, luckily I'll have you here for a while, dude. I'll move Electivire to the end so you have to wait to see it. I'll put in both of these and its Mega version as average. Dusclops line. I think this is they made a very cute ghost with this. I hate this Pokemon in competitive. It's too good at stalling because they gave it another evolution. Smack an Eviolite on that bad boy, and it's too powerful. Tropius. This is such an awesome Pokemon, but I think they should have made it Grass Dragon. I think if this Pokemon was Grass Dragon, a lot more people would be fans of it. It has a cool ability where it can like eat berries and like restore berries. I don't remember exactly. I think it's above average. Would not put it at A tier, but above average. Nameco, it was in the anime. Not the best design, but it was in the anime, so I'm giving it C tier. Absol. Absol, I don't think anybody would argue against me putting Absol at A tier. Question then becomes, is it enough to bring it up to S tier? I sit and I ponder. You hate it, so keep it at A? Why do you hate Absol, dude? I think it is A tier. It doesn't have... Like, I'm comparing it to Scyther, because it would be S tier for the same reason as Scyther, and it's not as cool as Scyther. No real attachment? Yeah, that's the thing. This is almost entirely based on the emotional attachment you have to Pokemon. I think Mega Absol is one of the better Mega evolutions. I'm putting it as an above average Pokemon. Why not? Why not be a B tier, huh? How about that one, huh guys? Like, follow, and smash that subscribe button. So we got... I don't know what this guy's name is, but Glalie was in the anime. Ash Ketchum had one and used it quite a bit. But I think they're both still just more or less average Mons. Pretty solid Mega, but just an average Mon still. Heal, the Walrein line. Mega Tyranitar and F? Yeah, I don't think it's as cool as Tyranitar. I think the job of a Mega Evolution is to be a cooler, enhanced version of the same Pokemon. And I don't think that's what it is. I think they failed at the job of a Mega. Therefore, put it in F tier. If you notice, F tier is almost entirely made up of them changing Pokemon that I like and making them worse. This line, I think, is just worse than the Seal Spheal line. I think it's just a worse version of the Dugong line. I think Seal is cute, but I think the other two are below average. I don't think I initially put Alolan... I'm going to be level with you. I initially put Alolan Raichu there because I thought it was its Mega Evolution, but it turned out to be its Alolan form. And I don't think it's as bad as a Alolan form as it is as a Mega. I'm going to put it back at average. Ooh, I like this line. So the Clamperl can turn into either of these two Pokemon, Huntail or Gourgeist. And it learns like Shell Smash, which is like the nastiest move ever. It increases like your speed, attack, and special attack by 2 or something like that. And it's just super unique. I remember, give it a white herb and you just sweep with that bad boy. I think I'm giving this whole line above average. B tier. Relicanth. It's crazy how hard they made it to catch a Relicanth, and it's not even good. You do use it to get the Regis, but I'm putting it at D tier. It's below average. Love Disc, it's just a heart. You can't make a Pokemon that's just a heart and expect me to give it average. That's ridiculous. Alright, Bagon, Shelgon, Salamence. Now, Salamence, I'm sure it's a lot of people's favorite Pokemon is Salamence. I do not like Shelgon. I think an example of a way to do Shelgon better is Pupitar. Right? Pupitar is a much better version of like a middle spot. I think this is an average way to do that. It's not bad, but there's nothing good about Shelgon. Bagon is a badass. Bagon got spunk. I'm putting Bagon A tier. Salamence just doesn't have a cool enough design. I get that it's good and it's strong, but to me, it's just another dragon flying Pokemon that just isn't good enough. So I'm going to put it above average because it's still a badass, but I also liked it because Bagon isn't like the Pokedex entry. Like, Bagon would jump off of cliffs or something, like jump off of ledges because it like really wanted to fly and then finally learns how to fly at Salamence. Like, it's cool that this Pokemon has like a dream and a personality. But yeah, Salamence just doesn't do it enough for me. Like, it's made to be cool, but it's not cool enough. It's just strong. Mega Salamence, it's kind of a weak design. I'm gonna level with you. It's like they didn't know what to do with it. Bagon entry. Dreaming of one day flying. It practices by leaping off cliffs every day. Yeah, that's metal, dude. That's a man with a dream, and I can relate to that. I can relate. So we got the Metagross line. Metang, Beldum. See, I think Beldum is fine. I think Metang is great. I really like Metang. Ooh, wait, I put Beldum at... Oh no, Beldum should be at C tier. I think it's an average mon. I think Metagross is an example of a Pokemon that's supposed to be badass that does look badass and feel badass. And I'm putting it at A tier. I'm actually going to move Beldum up B tier. I think it is above average. I don't know if Metagross is S tier. I have a hard time giving pseudo-legendaries S tier. Because, like, the job of the pseudo-legendary is to be a badass, right? It's one of your favorite Pokemon lines. Yeah, I think Metagross is great. It's so unique. It's not like based off of anything. Like, I want to know how they came up with Metagross. Like, a lot of other Pokemon are much more derivative from something, but Metagross is just like, fuck, dude, we'll make a metal thing. And I think it's also a very good Mega. I think the Mega alters it enough to make it its own unique thing, but it's also clearly a version of Metagross. The Regis, dude, I wish I could give the Regis a higher number. I think the best part about the Regis was getting them was very complicated. It was a hard thing to do. But their designs just leave so much wanting. I'm going to give them average. You know what? I'm actually going to give Reggie Ice. I've always hated Reggie Ice. I'm giving Reggie Ice below average. Latios and Latios. Huge fan of them. I think the Latios movie was very good. C for the storyline. I can buy that. I can buy that. I'm going to give them all C. Latios and Latios, I really liked it. The movie with Latios, one of the best. Top 3 Pokemon movies, maybe. I think I'm giving them both A tier. I think they're some of the best legendaries that are like side legendaries that aren't the main story ones. The Mega versions aren't doing it. They're just not. It's almost like they should have just had a third one. They should have had a non-gender normative Lottie, and then that would have been dope. putting them... the Megas, they're not bad. I'm going to give them average. Kyogre, Groudon, both awesome Pokemon. I think these are some of the best story legendaries. They're very unique, and they fit in with the whole theme. S all of them? Talking about the Lotties? The Lottie twins? Or talking about Kyogre, Groudon? Because I'm thinking, like, they're all easily A tier. I would not let anybody convince me that these are not A tier. I will think about this and think about your arguments. I have to use the bathroom. I'll be right back. And we will think about our... Oh, wait. This isn't B tier. Oh, my goodness. The tier's too big nowadays. Do these three weather trio belong in S tier or A tier? We'll answer this in a moment. It's insane how bad my wiring is. Alright. They have a good story. They're a great Pokemon. Have a good color theme going. What can't you love? That is true. I am a huge fan of Kyogre. They had their time in competitive spotlight as they're both great weather setters with their ability on entry setting up the weather. Rayquaza is just a beast. He's an absolute beast. I'm going to put these in S tier for now. This is not locked in. I'm putting them into S tier so we can find them easily at the end if we want to go back and make edits. I think just the fact that they're all weather-based and you can look at them and you can kind of tell. You can tell that this is some god of the water. This is some god of the sky and this is some god of land. And I think that's really impressive design. Mega Rayquaza, on the other hand, not as cool. I think it's an average Mon. Jirachi, best wishes. It's a cool thing to be a wish Pokemon. However, Parahax Flinch Jirachi has ruined my day more times than I can count. Nothing is fun about battling a Jirachi that paralyzes you and then flinches you and you can't do anything. So for that reason, it's D tier. I don't think it's enough for me to make it F tier. It's enough for me to make it F tier. Fuck that Pokemon. F tier Jirachi. No fun. Green Gray sucks. Deoxys, never too much of a fan of Deoxys. I never got it. Never did any of the events to get it. I think the forms are cool. I'm putting it above average. I do not know enough about it to put it A tier. It has to be A, you're saying? Saying it has to be A. I'm going to need to know why. I need to have a rationalization as for why. The forms are such a good take on a legendary. Yeah, I think the fact that it can do the tank, it can be the speedy setup, and it can be the offense is very cool. But I'm siding with Vile North on this. That I wanted to like it, but I was never able to get it. So part of me is like, Fuck that. That's other people's legendary. That's not my legendary. That's their legendary. So I don't know if you have convinced me to raise it to A. I'm sorry, but I'm leaving it at B for the time being. And we're on to Diamond and Pearl. Diamond and Pearl was the first game where they split up physical and special stats. Which is awesome. I think competitive Pokemon became a lot more fun after they did that change. I think Pokemon in general was a lot more interesting after they did that change. So I have a big place in my heart for Diamond and Pearl. All right, on to it. A lot of people love this line. I personally hate the Torterra line. I don't find anything really too cool about it. Turtwig is cute enough to be average. Grotle is not cute. The only reason I'm giving Torterra average, and I know you love Torterra. Actually, I'm gonna give it above average. I'm giving it B tier because it was so cool in the Ryan Reynolds Pikachu Detective Pikachu movie. The Torterras were so cool because they like were making up a fucking continent. They were so huge, and then when they got up, that was such a badass scene. So I have to actually, you know what? I think that scene's going back through my head. I think that scene's cool enough to give it A tier. Not like just because of that. It's totally saved Torterra in my eyes. Infernape. The infamous Infernape. This is where it started to be like, uh-oh. Wait a minute, guys. Is every fire starter going to be a firefighting? It's weird. That's weird that the last two have been the same type. Nah, they'll surely do something else next time. We got Monferno. We got Chimchar. I'm a fan of Monferno. I think Monferno has the spunk of a teenage evolution should. Ash's Infernape in the show was awesome, so I'm giving Infernape above average as well. I think it's just that it was a worse Blaziken, right? It's not as cool as Blaziken, so it can't be as high as Blaziken. Kind of simple. Piplup, very cute. Dawn, I believe, was the companion, had one. I'm giving that B tier. Well above the average cute Pokemon. I think Empoleon is average, but I think Primplup is below average. This Pokemon isn't cool, and it's not cute. It's not doing anything. There's no emotion. Looking at this picture, I do not know the gist of this Pokemon. I don't know why this Pokemon is the way it is. And that's something you kind of need to invoke that a little bit. Starly, Staravia, Staraptor. Starly's cute, but it's an average cute. Staravia, kind of the same thing as Primplup, to be honest. I think it's just kind of a middle form, right? They just have it because they needed a evolution in between Starly, or they needed Starly and Staraptor, so they just made this one, but it doesn't do anything. Staraptor is cool. I think it's cooler than most of the birds of the region. Bidoof and Bibarel might be some of the ugliest Pokemon ever made. But, boy, can they learn some HMs. Nobody else can learn as much HMs as you. You catch one of these bad boys at the start, and you never have to worry about any of your real Pokemon needing to take up slots. We're putting them at B. We got Kricketot, Kricketune. Like the mustache. I'm a fan of the mustache on Pokemon. D tier. I think they're kind of uninspired. We got Shinx. Or no, what is it? Shinx, Luxio, and Luxray. They're badass, but I think they're just less cool versions of Electrike. I think this is a good teenager version. So we'll put Luxio. I think Luxio is above average. And I think actually Luxray is also above average. Budew, Roserade. This is a very good baby form of a Pokemon. Putting that at above average. Roserade, I think, is awesome. I think it's an awesome addition to Roselia. It's Roselia, but changed. To be a little bit darker. And I think it's also a dark type, so that makes sense. It might not be dark type. I might be remembering incorrectly. Cranidos, Shieldon. They did a very good job of... Well, Shieldon's kind of obviously defensive, but Cranidos is... They did a very good job of making sure that you knew that this guy was not tanky at all, despite being a rock type. I think this baby form is way better than this baby form. I think the offensive one is just better than the defensive one in general. It's a lot harder to be cool and defensive. Not really its fault. I think I'm giving all of these above average, though. I don't think it's enough to bring the Cranidos Rampardos line to A tier. They'll all be B tier. Burmy. For some reason, I could not complete my Pokedex in Diamond and Pearl. Because I could not find a Burmy. And for that reason alone, they are D tier. I think they're actually fine Pokemon, but I don't like them. Average, don't remember it. I think they could have done so much more with this honeycomb thing, but they just kind of... I think they dropped the ball. These are both average. Kind of sad that they dropped the ball, because you could have done a lot with a honeycomb, but then they just turned the honeycomb into not a honeycomb. Pachirisu. Pachirisu is cute. They tried to make a cute Pokemon, and they succeeded. It's cuter than the average cute Pokemon, so I'm giving it B tier. It's also one of the Pokemon you can get into. What was the name? There was like the park where you can only take specific Pokemon that were cute Pokemon into. Pal Park? Maybe? Maybe I'm remembering it correctly. But you could take Pachirisu in. Oh, Floatzel. The first form, goated. One of the coolest Pokemon. Second form, nowhere near as sleek. For me, in my opinion, I think it's still above average design, though. Also had Aqua Jet, which I think was like the first priority move that wasn't Quick Attack or Extreme Speed. Got Cherum. These are both below average. There's nothing to them. All of this is below average. Gastrodon. One of those things where I don't like Gastrodon, and it's not Gastrodon's fault. It's competitive Pokemon's fault. But I think they're solid designs. I don't like them, but I respect them enough to give them average. Amplepom, I think, is a great follow-up evolution, giving it above average. Driftbloom, I do like these. They have a cool story behind them where like they pick up kids and they steal them away or something like that. Kind of dark, but I like it when they give Pokemon a little bit of zazz. Unary, Lopunny, the moment we've been waiting for. Unary, very cute. B tier. Lopunny, always loved this Pokemon. It's an awesome design. It reminds me of the Digimon, and it's provided me with many a Rule 34s. You cannot not give that S tier. Also, a cool change, and it's a cool look for a Mega evolution. Given that above average, which is a rare feat for Megas. Miss Magius was the follow-up evolution for Miss Drevius. And I think it's cool, but one of the best things it did is that it gave Miss Drevius access to Eviolite. You can get it just above average. Honchkrow, I do not think is as cool as Murkrow. I think it's kind of a letdown, but the design is still solid. Average. Glameow, Pure Ugly. This thing is a tank. I remember playing through Diamond and Pearl, and one of the commanders had a Pure Ugly, and that thing was just a monster. No! I don't think we didn't hit anybody that's too important. I think a lot of these are kind of... We've been going through a lot of average Pokemon. Now we got Glameow and Pure Ugly. Pure Ugly was a monster in Diamond and Pearl. Hiplup, I put the middle form at D tier. Not a fan of Primplup. And I think the rest were, I think it was B and A. Piplup was at B, and Empoleon was at C. Yeah, I think Prinplup is like, there's just nothing to it. Pure Ugly, it's too tanky, but it's like one of those things where it's like, I think this version I never actually knew. But this left such an impression on me that I have to give it a high rating. I don't think the design, actually I like the design, dude. I think I'm giving that an A. It left such an impression from the games, and the design is unique enough. Like, there's not very many Pokemon. Like, if you took that silhouette, you would know who it is instantly. I think they're average. Wait, the dinosaur Pokemon are in B. Or are you talking about different dinosaur Pokemon? Tingling, I do not think was a good pre-evolution. Tameko did not need it, and this is not a good form of it. Skuntank, kind of the same. I never used them. But I'm giving Skuntank above average. It does not have the same impact as Pure Ugly had, but still has some. Like, you know it. I hated these. For some reason that I remember on my original playthrough getting whited out by one of these. I'm giving it D tier. Bastiodon and Rampardos? No, they're B tier. They're B tier. I don't think the design's good enough to get them up to A tier. I think they did a really good job of making them look super offensive and super defensive. Bonsly, great pre-evolution. Great baby form. But actually, I'm willing to give this A tier. I think it's one of the best pre-evolutions they had. It's unique enough and different enough, yet also looking like a child version. And having, like, if this Pokemon came out originally and then they later added Sudowoodo, it would be fine. Because this Pokemon has enough going for it. Its identity is not Sudowoodo. Mime Jr., on the other hand, not a big fan of. I think it's average, though. It's like a solid baby Pokemon. This is below average. Chansey did not need this. Happiny is not needed. Nobody wanted it. Chatot, I think the design is awesome. Got the music note. It's colorful. Not a lot of Pokemon have this many different colors. Like, if you look around, most of them are like 2 or 3 toned. This is like 4 different colors plus black and white. It's pretty wild that they gave a Pokemon that many different colors, and it pulls it off. Spirit's Home, no weaknesses. Pogyu. It was very hard to get, if I recall correctly. You had to like go to a well and do some things in the game. That's always cool. All right, I'm gonna get a little bit of water. My throat is killing me. I'll be back momentarily. We are back once again. Not steal from Trick TG. Garchomp. A moment some of us have been waiting for. I still remember Cynthia's Garchomp and the absolute menace that that thing was. I do think that they kind of shit the bed with the middle form. I'm going to be honest. I think Kibble is above average. I don't even remember what the middle form's name is. The average. And I think Garchomp, I gotta put in A tier. Cynthia's Garchomp was too much of a monster, and it's a solid pseudo-legendary. Mega Garchomp, not doing it for me. Average. It's not bad, but it's not good. Munchlax, I think, is a great pre-evolution. It's not huge like Snorlax. It's not like it's the same thing. just a smaller Snorlax. It's above average. I think they did a good job adding a Pokemon to an evolutionary line. I think that's always a scary thing that can be messed up. Riolu, Lucario. See, this is a hard one. Pokemon that they like made to be badasses. It's hard to not judge them with a different scope. Riolu is very cute. I remember when you're given the baby Riolu, or you're given the egg from the guy. It's got the Mega Evolution. It's in Smash Bros. I like its ability in Smash Bros. I think they're just A. I can't rationalize giving them S. I can't rationalize giving them B. So it's got to be A. Mega Lucario is one of the best Megas. It's got some spunk. It's clearly Lucario, but it's a completely different attitude. It's like it's got a different outfit on. Oh, wait. That's not C tier. That's B tier, baby. Honus, Hippowdon. There's nothing to these guys. They're your average Pokemon. They said we need a ground type, then they made this, and then they had a ground type. Gorupi, Drapion, same thing. There's nothing to them. I like these guys though. Poison Fighting is a super interesting type combination, and they pull it off. You can tell that this guy's Poison Fighting. I think the first form, I think both forms are above average. I don't think they're cool enough to be A tier, but definitely a good job design. Actually, I really like that their ability. I like their ability. They have the ability that they can like absorb water moves and like drought, I think it's called. So I'm gonna give them A tier. Vine, I never liked this Pokemon. It's just it's not telling me anything. It's like they made it jaggedy teeth, so it looks kind of creepy if you just look at the face. If you look at the rest of the body, it looks goofy, and it's just not consistent enough. These are cute designs. I gotta say that. I'm gonna give Finneon B tier, Luminion B tier, Mantike, good pre-evolution, above average. Abomasnow. Now this is like, I think everybody caught an Abomasnow in their playthrough because that ice level just took so long. But as far as the design goes and my personal connection, average. I actually like this Mega. This Mega is a good change to it. It's exaggerated a lot of features in the right ways. Above average. Well done, Game Freak. So Sneasel is S tier. I don't think Weevil is as cool as Sneasel. I'm giving it A tier. Magnezone, I think, is better than Magneton. I think it's a good third form where it changes the paradigm. I kind of wish that they also did a third Dugtrio, which is just a really fat Diglett. Licky Licky, his tongue is not bigger than Lickitung's. But I like Lickitung enough to give Licky Licky a high ranking. Rhyperior, I think, is, again, they had Rhydon and Rhyhorn, which were solid designs, but they decided to go out and actually change the design instead of just making like bigger and stronger or whatever for the next version. Tangrowth, ugly. Not doing anything for me. Electrive and Magmortar. Two very risky things, along with Rhyperior, to add to pre-existing lines. Because there's a lot of people that loved Electabuzz and Magmar. Actually a huge fan of Electrive, and I'm willing to give Electrive S tier. It's one of those few Pokemon that looks unique enough and it has a vibe and actually improved on the previous version that I think it's an S tier. Magmortar, I think, has a lot of the similar things, but it's the design doesn't call to my spirit as much. Still really cool, a good improvement on Magmar. Clearly a more powerful version of it, but not unique enough in my opinion to warrant the legendary S tier. Togekiss. Hard for me to say what I think about this. It's got a lot of annoying things to it with the Serene Grace. And I don't think I liked the previous version before. It looks the previous version looks a lot like a cuckoo from Legend of Zelda. Yeah, this just kind of looks like a fat pigeon. I think I like Toga. Actually, I don't know. I think it's below average. Like, I liked the Togepi line up until this point a lot, so I want to give it above average, but I don't think it's too lame. It's just relying on Togepi to carry it. The Eevee line's kind of all over the place. There's when we get to the Eevees, we'll do them in a second. Yan Mega, I think it's cool. It's average though. There's nothing to it to put it over the top. All right, Leafeon, Glaceon. I think they had a cool way to add new evolutions with the rocks. That made sense. Let's start with Leafeon. So I actually had a Leafeon, I think, in my original playthrough. And I was a big fan. So I think I'm going to give Leafeon B tier. I think Glaceon is kind of uninspired. Like, I don't think they really figured out how to invoke ice in the Eevees, and they kind of just came out with this, but it's not icy enough for me. So, D tier. Where are all the Eevees? We had a question. So let's look for them. Flareon is C tier, and I think Vaporeon and Jolteon is A tier, and I think Vaporeon is S tier. If I could add another evolution line, what type would you add? So one interesting thing about evolution lines is that they're all, so pre-split, they all would have been special types. Right? Fire, water, electric, dark, psychic, all special. Grass, ice, both special. The only thing that wasn't is fairy, but fairy wasn't around then, and I would imagine fairy being special. There's actually no more special types. That's the one thing about having a new evolution that is hard, is that they're all like magical effects, and like ground and rock aren't magical. They're like a physical thing. So I think one thing that would actually be kind of cool is that if they added a new counterpart to Eevee for the physical types, would be kind of awesome. Ghost was physical, I think. I guess Dragon. Dragon would be pretty cool. But I think if I could add any one, Steel, I think Steel would be a pretty cool Eevee form. But I think it would be cooler to add a different, I don't know what it would be. Like a chameleon or something maybe. That handled the other ones and like leave Eevee as it is. I think you don't want to risk oversaturating the Eevees. I think I'd rather see a different thing. Maybe a different type of animal. I don't know exactly. Gliscor, this is cool. Ash had one. Design is pretty badass. Out of all the bats, it's definitely the one that invokes the most, like, horror. Normal and Dragon? Normal and Dragon would be pretty cool. Whoa, the auto mod just nuked you. I'm going to unmod Nightbot. All right, you can post links now. What would your dragon one? Like, how would you evolve in your head? How would you evolve an Eevee into a normal, or how would you evolve it into a dragon type? Like stones? Let me pull this up, make sure it's safe. We can look through these. Steel, that's pretty dope. Looks like a knight. Is this just one person's? I don't know how to go through this. Let's look at their dragon type. Ooh, I really like that one. That one's pretty badass. This guy's so good. I think a lot of these are way, but like I've seen a lot of fake EVs. But these are actually really cool designs. That's my other thing. I don't know how to evolve other EVs. Like, how do you evolve a bug EV? Like, what's bug enough that it would turn it? Like, what's a magical enough bug effect that it would turn it into a bug? Mammal Swine, Ice Shard's kind of a monster in competitive. Put him above average. The final Porygon. I think it's average. I don't think it's as cool as the original Porygon. Gallade, monster. Such a... Gardevoir was such like a loved Pokemon. It's so risky to try to make a continuation for it. Train it in the forest, but they kind of already did a forest for the grass, right? Like the Mossy Rock is always deep in a forest. So I don't know how they would like distinguish it from that. Dude, I can't open this. Oh, I'm such a beast. I'm the strongest man alive. Fight 50 bug types in a row. That would actually be kind of interesting. That's actually a good idea. I like that. It's like different and unique. And you can do that for other things too. Mega Gallade. I don't think it's as cool as Gallade. I actually think it's kind of lame, to be honest. Probopass, on the other hand. You know I have a weakness for Pokemon with stashes. Easy A tier. Yeah, it'd be kind of cool. You could reuse the metal coat. You could, yeah, I guess I was gonna say you could also use the things for like Magmortar and Electrive, but there's already fire and electric, so it's kind of stupid. Dusknoir. Great twist on Dusclops. Made it its own thing, but also clearly an evolution. A tier. Also gave Dusclops access to Eviolite. Froslass is a neat standalone Pokemon that could have been given a baby form, but was not. But I think it's still just an average Mon. Rotom. I think they did a really good job with Rotom and all the Rotom forms. Looks like Rotom's going to stand for all of the Rotom forms, so I'm actually going to give A tier. The appliances thing is funny, I think. Not a big fan of the Legendary Lake Trio. I think they could be a lot cooler than they are. They're more or less just Mew with like a color and a mask. So I'm giving them D tier. I think Palkia and Dialga similarly are, I think, the lamest of the legendary Pokemon, especially when you compare them to the Hoenn Weather Trio. They're just so uninspired. Like, they look fine, but like there's nothing to them. I think Dialga and Palkia are cool. I think design wise they aren't. I think time and space are cool powers. I don't think the designs for them match up as well as other legendaries. So I'm putting them in B tier. I think Dialga is cooler than Palkia. Let me see who's in A tier. Yeah, I don't think Dialga is cool enough for A tier. Gotta be B tier. Yeah, I think the powers and what they stand for is cool, but I think the actual Pokemon and like their designs could have been better. Heatran, never got a Heatran. Personally. Yeah, when they give legendaries pressure, it's so lame. Like, it just makes using them feel bad because it's like they should have some sort of awesome like Kyogre and Groudon have like rain and sun, which is awesome. Heatran, I have no personal attachments for. As far as design goes, it's kind of middle of the way. Regigigas is cool. Huge fan of Regigigas and like the idea of an OP Pokemon with a horrible ability like Slow Start. I've spent some time trying to theorycraft ways of making Regigigas work. He never works because its ability is just that bad. I think I put all of them at B tier, that whole line. Or I put Slacking. Yeah, they're B, so they're above average. Giratina. Impressed that they went and made Giratina, because it could be slightly, like, controversial, I guess. But nice design. Awesome signature move. Why is Slaking there? Because I think the gimmick was cool. Oh, why is what's his name? Giratina controversial? Because isn't it like kind of like hell based? Or is it like nightmare based? I might be mixing it up. It doesn't really say anything. Yeah, it is kind of different dimension, so I guess it isn't as controversial as I had thought originally. I don't know why my nose is so itchy. Corsola, never caught this Pokemon. Don't have any connection to it. It's an alright design. See? Manaphy and Fion, these are cool. You could get them from Pokemon Ranger, which I loved. I'd really recommend. If nobody's played Pokemon Ranger, I'd really recommend playing it. A lot of fun. B tier for the lot of them. Nah, B tier for the lot of them. They're above average. I think the designs kind of leave a little bit lacking, but I have some emotional investment. And it's the only legendary that can like have an egg, right? Darkrai. Darkrai. He's got the edgy anti-hero look that I didn't know you could give a Pokemon. And they gave it to him so well. Yeah, Dark Void is... I just think they got the edgelord look down for Darkrai. Shaman. Kind of like both Shaman forms. But to me, they're pretty much... As far as like the cute legendary for the generation goes, I think it's fairly average. Like, I think Jirachi and Celebi are both do more for me. Arceus, personally, I've never really been too much of a fan of Arceus. As, like, the idea of what Arceus is. I do think that the design that they gave Arceus is awesome. And yeah, like you said, I do think that the plate idea is very good, that it can be any type, and that it actually changes the design. So I think it's above average. I don't like it enough to put it A tier. Just because it is, like, since it is the god Pokemon, you have to have such high standards for it. And I feel like that they could have done something that was slightly better. I don't know. But Victory Bell? Or not Victory Bell. Victini? I think that they... Oh, we're on to the next generation. Generation 5. Pokemon Black and Pokemon White. So this is a fatty generation. Because they had all brand new Pokemon for this. But we're closing into the end game now. We're closing in. Victini, they made to kind of like promote it. It's a very cute Pokemon. It has its own movie. And I think it's a cute legendary that has a lot of pizzazz. It's got some... There's not a lot of F tier Pokemon. I think I might take a pass. Like, I think some of these might be F tier, to be honest. Like, just because you said that, I think this line is F tier. Just for you. It's just so rough. I think Chingling is F tier. All right, Snivy. I really liked the oh, what's the ability Contrary, where you can just spam Leaf Storm and gain special attack. Busted. Absolutely busted. And Snivy, look at his eye. I think every Pokemon with like an eye like this that looks mischievous, it always goes well with me. The design's really cool. I think Snivy is A tier, closing in on S tier, but not quite there. I don't like the middle form as much, if I'm going to be honest. I don't know where it got these. Yeah, I'm giving the middle form B tier. It's still above average in terms of design, and then I'm giving Superior back up to A tier. Ignite. So this is where it's kind of like, whoa, that's another fighting fire starter. That's kind of interesting. People were getting really nervous at this point. And I gotta say, I was one of them. I'm not a big fan of this just because it is the firefighting. Tepig, on the other hand, was just fire. So Tepig gets to be B tier. Very cute. I think they did a very good job at a fire starter with this. I'm going to rank both of these below average just because it's the third firefighting in a row. And they should have been able to do something better. Something cooler. Something that inspired happiness. Alright. These ones, not a huge fan of Samurott. I think the previous two versions have a lot going for them, especially Oshawott. I think this is above average. Oshawott is A tier. And Samurott is just your average C tier Pokemon. It's an okay design. Nothing too cool, nothing too bad about it. I think like the fact that it's called Samurott and it's like samurai, it just brings up my expectations for it too much. I hate these guys. I've lost Nuzlocke to these guys using Hypnosis to me. D tier. Carrier line. I just wish that they looked different. They just like look so much like just a dog. You got to give me more than just a dog. You know what I mean, man? Gotta be more than just a dog. Dogs are cute, but there's other cute normal Pokemon that these are not better than. I like the second form. The second form, instead of looking like a teenager, it's like a kid, a grown-up, and a grandpa almost. And I like that. But they did something a little bit different there. I think they're average. Actually, I like this one enough. This one's got enough like Zunki to it. I think Arcanine is B tier or A tier. Arcanine. Actually, I maybe put Arcanine in C tier? No. Well, I saw Growlithe. Yeah, and Houndoom's in A. Yeah, I don't know where Arcanine is. Oh, well, we'll go back. We can go back and find him. When we're done with this generation, we can do a recap. Glameow. Oh, that's not Glameow. What's the name of this one? Leopard? And the form before Leopard? Actually going to put this one at below average. The silhouette is just too plain for me. Not a big fan of the elemental monkeys. I think the elemental monkeys was a really lazy way to get out Pokemon of different types. I think they utilized them well in the gym to give the gym type advantage over you and for you to get a free Pokemon of that type. But just like, I'm doing a run right now with Pokemon Black with no wild Pokemon. So like, I have to use one of the monkeys because I only get 3 Pokemon in the run. And they're just so weak. And it's like, they just put a fire on it. Like, that doesn't look like hair. I don't know to give these guys F tier or D tier. I think that I think the first forms are cute enough. I am giving the first forms. I'm not giving this one. That one's not cute. I'm giving the grass one D tier just because I'm using it in that run. And then the rest are F tier. They're not doing anything. They're so lazy. I think these two are kind of cute. So I'm giving them D tier. They have at least some positive aspect. Usharna. They're like, they appeared in the story for like a moment. It's kind of cool that they're like dreams. Dreams are cool. I'll give them average. I don't think their designs have enough going on for me to give them above average. Ooh, I like the birds. The dove. But there's just not... They're not unique enough. Like Talo, Swellow, they had stuff going on. This is a pigeon. I'm giving these birds average. I like Unpheasant more. This is average, and I think this I'm giving above average B. Not far above average. Not into the A territory. That would be insane. Ooh, Blitzel. Ooh, Elisa has one of these, and it's a machine. An absolute monster. I think that Zebra, there's no Zebra Pokemon, and they did a good job of making it look very electric. I think this is kind of average, but I think that they did a really good job on the evolution. Not as cool as Rapidash, mind you, but fairly decent. Not a big fan of the Rock and Roll line. But it just looked like a dog. This is a horse that looks electric. And I guess the difference is just that if it's going to look exactly like a animal, I don't think it should be a normal type. Because it's so hard to make it look not like that animal if it's just normal. Right? If it's electric, you have so many things you can change about an animal to make it look electric. If it's normal, it's going to end up just looking like the animal. And I guess that's what I'm not a good fan of. These rocks, they just... Like, if you were to switch these two, would you really notice? I don't know. I like this one. I like the first form. The first form looks like it has so much potential to be anything. But I think that the follow-ups are kind of lackluster. Where it's like, what is the attitude? If I met one of these, I would have no idea how it acts. Right? And then you look over and you see this guy, and you know exactly how Drillbur acts. But you don't know the attitude that these have. I'm just giving them average. Actually, I'm going to give these below average. They're D tier. Woobat. I think Swoobat is normal. I think Woobat is below average. It's not a very interesting Pokemon. And I never used it, which is also a big thing. Whether or not I used it. Excadrill, very present in competitive, at least up to the time that I stopped playing, really. Drillbur, very cute, babyish form. Above average B tier. Excadrill, above average B tier. Actually, you know what? I'm giving Excadrill A tier. Wow, this generation has not made many instances into A tier. Audino, don't like this. Audino, very annoying and competitive. But it kind of has its place. I think it's above average. I think that's a good example of a normal Pokemon that doesn't just look like an animal. Conkeldurr. I love the clown-ass nose. I think... This is kind of rough. I don't know where to put Conkeldurr. I don't like the middle form. I think average, below average, above average. Easy. Done. Seismitoad line. Huge fan of Seismitoad. I think the final form is one of the coolest Pokemon of this generation. A lot of spunk, has a lot of attitude. Also like this one. I think the first form leaves something to desired. I would not use a Tympole. If I knew nothing about Pokemon, I caught a Tympole, I would be like, not going to use that Pokemon. Talk, throw, I think are very simple ideas, but they performed really well and they found a niche in competitive. They look like two brothers. I just think they did a good job with them. They have like their unique move, like circle throw or something. I don't remember the exact name of the move. This is tiring. I did not think this was going to be so long. All right, but we got Leaveney line. First form is kind of lame. I really like the second form. It's like, it's really tight. It's a good design. You can tell it's a second form that it's about to turn into something amazing. So I think I'm going average. And then both of these Pokemon, in my opinion, above average. I like these. I like this line. I think this is an A tier Mon for me. And I do not like the final form. I think the final form is way worse than the second form. The second form is unique. This one's unique. It's like a ball with an eye on the side, but you can still tell it's a bug rolled up. The final form just kind of goes back to like ooh, now we're standing. I don't know. I don't like it. Cottony. Prankster sucks. I hate Prankster. F tier. Fuck Prankster. Lilligant. Petil. I think it's your normal first form Pokemon. But I think Lilligant is a very good... Like, there's lots of flower girls, kind of, in Pokemon. This is not unique. You got, like, Roselia. You got a couple others. It's a good addition to them. Basculin, kind of uninspired, if you ask me. It's just a fish with a red stripe or a blue stripe. But Crocodile... Now, this is how you make a Crocodile Pokemon. There's a couple of Crocodile Pokemon that they've made. Alligator is the only one that comes to mind that is better. It's also got dope-ass sunglasses, which is pretty much the reason why Squirtle made S tier. I think all of these are above average. I don't think they're A tier, but they're definitely better than your normal Pokemon. Darmanitan. Now, this is a heavy hitter. It's cool that they added, like, the Zen mode, and that they're actually, like, static encounters that you can have. I like the Galarian version a lot. It's one of those times where it's clearly still Darmanitan, but they overhauled the design enough that if Darmanitan did not exist, it would still pop off. It's a fucking armadillo? Why you gotta be like that? I don't like the first form, though. If I'm gonna be honest. I think it's worse than a lot of other first forms, both of them. But I think I've enjoyed them being competitive enough that, and I like this, the icy form is good. A lot of second forms that they make are not good. Maractus, this is a fucking succulent. If I wanted a succulent, I would buy one from the store, not play Pokemon. Crustle, Shell Smash. Like I said before, Shell Smash is a very cool move. This is a Pokemon that can use it. It's cool. I think this is a solid first form. And it's just a solid Pokemon. Nothing to write home about. Nothing to say bad about it. Grafty is an awesome Pokemon. I don't think that the first form is anything to write home about. I think it's worse than a lot of... I think it's an average first form. But I think Scrafty is a very cool Pokemon with a very awesome type. Fight Dark is a very cool type combination. Pretty solid in terms of like coverage. Sigilyph. So the first time I ever encountered Sigilyph, I did not play Pokemon Black and White right when it came out. Was on freaking Pokemon Showdown, and it was like a stored power set that just absolutely demolished me. It sent like the burn my way, and then it just boosted up on stored power, and then it was one-shotting my whole team. So I really don't like this Pokemon, but I think it's a solid design. I wouldn't say it's really cool. I like the Pokemon that have a lot of colors because I think It's a scary thing to do, to have so many colors in a Pokemon. I'm going to put it at D tier just because I have bad memories of it. Cafegarous. I think they did a good job making a coffin Pokemon. Like, again, they didn't do anything too crazy with it. Kind of like a straightforward way. Like, if you asked me to make a coffin Pokemon or a sarcophagus Pokemon, you'd probably end up with something very similar. But that's because it's a good design, right? I think they're all above average. They're all, yeah, easy above average. Tortuga, very, very cute first form. This is an A tier Pokemon for me. This is also me again thinking like, am I just ranking all the Pokemon I've used higher? And the answer is yes. I don't think that the second form, I think the second form's average. It's fine. It looks like a grown-up, bulkier version of the baby form. It happens. It's what they do. Archen, Archeops. Again, they got a lot of colors on them, which I'm a big fan of. They just don't look like anything. You look at this and you're like, I don't see any personality. And I like seeing personality in the designs. So I'm just going to put these as average. Garbodor. Again, first form is cute. They made a trash bag look cute. That's impressive. That's above average. Garbodor, average. A lot of people hate on it. I don't think there's anything wrong with it. Zorua, Zoroark. I think both of these are A tier. I think this is one of those times where they set out to make a cool Pokemon, and it's cool, and it's edgy, and they want it to be edgy. And their ability is super fucking cool. Yeah, Jaybreaker. Like, the ability is just awesome. It's super unique in, like, not many abilities are that influential. The one thing that I hate is when these come up in random battles on Pokemon Showdown. Because sometimes they'll come up in random battles on Pokemon Showdown, and you just like, how are you supposed to know that there's going to be a Zoroark? That's crazy. That's wild. Like, if I were to win a battle like that, I wouldn't even feel good about it. I would feel like it's a tie, really. The context is that the other week I lost to Jay because he had a Zoroark. All right, Minccino, cool ability. He has like the skill link ability, so like all multi-hit moves hit 5 times. I think is awesome. Also, I think you are gifted one, maybe. Or maybe you get one from the grotto in Black and White too. I don't remember exactly. I think they're average though. Like, I wish the design was a little bit cooler and it was given skill link. Got that Pokemon. I really think that these are kind of bad. I'm actually gonna give these F tier. They're just very straightforward designs. Same with Ranunculus, actually. Actually, I think that the first form is fine. The first form they could have done a lot with. But I think the follow-up forms, like, this should have just been a 2-form Pokemon. You think Goat? What's Goat? I don't know exactly what you're talking about. I think that if this was a 2-form Pokemon, it would be a lot better. Think it should move to D? Yeah, that's fair. I think that's fair. I think looking at all of the other, I think F tier is very limited right now, and I don't think they're as bad. Actually, I think I'm going to move this one up. I just think it's the middle Pokemon that was horrible in the Ranunculus line. It just didn't do anything. You could go from this to this, and you get the same thing. Oh, Swanna? I think I'm comparing this to Wingull, obviously, because it's kind of like a flying Pokemon that's also... Yeah, I agree. F tier and S tier should be very, very small amount of things get into them. And I think that they are not as good as Wingull. I think Wingull is a lot more unique. But I think that they are clearly water and flying. And the change in between the two-step evolution is very good. I think it's a solid average Pokemon. And the ice cream cones. A lot of people hate on the ice cream cones. I don't know why. I think they're fine. Like, I don't think that they're that much worse than like designs that were around in Gen 1. Like, there were magnets. With that being said, I think the first one is fine. This is kind of like the same thing with Ranunculus. If you just get rid of this middle form, you have the same story. And the middle form doesn't have its own spunk or anything. It has the same attitude as the first and the third forms. So it's not adding anything. It's not like the ice cream cone got really angry and it was like a melted ice cream cone for the second form. It's the same, just straight line. Which I think if you have a third form, it should actually change something. I'm giving the first form and the third form D tier, and I'm giving the second form D tier. Every single season of Saucebuck. Of Dearly? I don't remember which one this one's called. I like the green one. The green one looks the best out of these, but none of these are really too inspired, in my opinion. I'm deciding between C and D. I think I'm slamming all of these guys in D. Now, these are average. They're average. I'm just going to zoom out so I can do this one quicker. How's the ranking going? We're getting there. We're almost through Generation 5, which is like the fattest generation. Some things have been contentious. But we're getting there. Through a lot of water and dedication, we are slowly but surely getting there. Emolga, I think they had to make their cute Pikachu-esque Pokemon. And I think this is better than a lot of them. So I'm putting this as above average. I don't remember this Pokemon at all, so I'm giving it D. It made like no impact on me. Exclavia, on the other hand, made a lot of impact on me. B tier. Arctozolt better not be anything below A tier. We'll see. Time will tell, my friend. I liked Among Us. I think it's the same idea as Electrode, where it's just kind of like, I think a lot of people hate on it. It's like, it's just a mushroom that's a Pokeball. Like, Electrode was just a Pokeball. I think the evolution is good. And I think the gimmick of some of the Pokeballs you run into in the game is good. Thank you again, my friend. So I think for those reasons, I'm actually going to give them A tier. One moment, and I will hydrate away. I think these are A tier. I'm just a sucker for Pokeballs, I guess. Jellicent. I really don't like that they split this up by gender. The differences in between the two aren't enough. And they're really annoying and competitive. And they're staying on Tentacruel's amazing jellyfish Pokemon line. I think this is an average Pokemon. It's the evolution of Love Disc. Fine. I think. No, it's not actually the evolution of Love Disc. It just looks a lot like it. Joltik. Bug Electric is a really cool typing. I remember when this came out, I really enjoyed it. Very awesome. But as far as the designs go, they're kind of just there. Like, it's like a bug that's yellow because yellow means electric. Oh, I hate this Pokemon. F tier. This can be average because I never fought it. But just like the competitive was horrible when Fortress was big. It was just like, it set up spikes and it walled you out, and it was just horrible. And this was back when spikes were so broken. All right, sounds good. No worries, Eloqua. So we got the gears. A lot of people hate the gears. This is another one where like the second form is useless, in my opinion. It doesn't stop the trajectory at all. They got a really cool signature move, so I'm going to give the third form average. I don't know what this Pokemon is. I've never seen it before in my life. I like the electric Pokemon with the Levitate, Electros. Very cool. I'm going to actually give Electros A tier. This generation is very lacking in A tier Pokemon, and nothing's even been considered for S tier. Elegam, Average Pokemon. Nothing too unique. Chandelure. Like, this is one where I think that the second form does do something. Right? It looks much more jovial than the other ones. But, again, I think these are just average. This generation had a lot of 3-part evolutions. Haxorus. I think this is actually a very solid evolutionary line all the way through. Very cute. Very spunky. Very powerful. I think Axu. I think these are actually all A tier. I like this whole line all the way through. And Haxorus is just such a beast. An absolute machine. Oh boy. Right there, and we're at our next checkpoint almost. Haber. I think this is cute. They made a cute Pokemon very well. B tier, above average cute Pokemon. This is just a normal everyday average C tier. Trigonal. It's hard for me to give this anything. It's just a snowflake with a face on it. They didn't incorporate the face into the snowflake, which I think I would have liked a lot more. Exclavier. Very speedy. I think these are both average. I think I'm going to give this above average. I remember it, and if I remember it, it stuck out to me enough to be important. Stunfisk. Yeah, this is not, it's not unique enough. This is like they tried to make Dunsparce again, but there was already Dunsparce. So not really too big of a fan. I like Mian Xiao, and I think this is a great looking Pokemon. I'm gonna give this A tier and Mian Xiao B tier. I think the evolution was great. Like, they changed the color scheme. They changed a lot about the Pokemon, but they still have the same vibe. Dregion, don't like this design. I'm actually gonna give this F tier. Like, this just looks like a dragon that a kid drew, and they just like said, oh, this looks kind of lame, and then we'll just make the head red and ugly. Not a fan of Dregion. Go Lurk, I think it's a really solid 2-part evolution. Not much to be said, though. It's a C tier. It's an average Pokemon. Bisharp's got the badass. It's got the edge that we all like. I think Ponyard's an average. This is above average, clearly. Maybe even... Dark Steel is also a really cool typing. I think I like Steel Pokemon a lot. Solid Dark Steel. A tier. I actually really like Buffalont. It's like Tauros. It invokes a lot of the same ideas as Tauros. Above average. I don't remember either of these birds at all, if I'm going to be honest. I think they're average in terms of design. Actually, I like these ones more. I'm gonna give these two above average. Like the Vulture, you can see some personality in this Vulture. Like, why do I care about you? Eat more, this fucking ant eater. Go eat some ants, huh? It's fine. It's an average Pokemon. Durant I like because Heatmore was eating it, but I think it's average. Hydreigon. It's a great Pokemon. Champion has it. Dark Dragon are two really awesome types, and I think the 1, 2, 3 head is pulled off very well. I think these are all A tier. The whole line, the whole family is in. Yeah, I think this is one of the few dragons that I like. Of this generation and after, to be honest. I kind of like Goodra as well. Larvesta, like, I don't know. This Pokemon is really, really strong. I don't like the first form at all. I think it's an average first form. This is a really strong Pokemon. I don't like the design too much, but I have to respect how good it is. So I'll give it above average. Ooh, the Three Musketeers. I think this is one of the best trios of evolutions. All three of those are D. I like this one. I like the middle one. The rock one has like a lot of attitude. I do think that both of these are D tier, but I'm giving the rock one C tier. I think the design of it's good enough. Oh, the flyers, the genies. Yeah, exactly. Like legendaries, like you can't compare. Like legendaries are always going to look more badass than regular Pokemon because they kind of have to. So compared to other legendaries, these are definitely not as cool. Oh, the genie bird things. Let me just move these over because they're all kind of more connected. No, wasn't really too much of a fan of these either. I think I might give these all D tier. Landorus was really good and competitive, so I might actually smack that one up to C tier. Otherwise, these just aren't doing enough for me. Actually, that's kind of all. That's like 2 sets of legendaries that are all very underwhelming from this generation. I do think that the title legendaries are pretty solid though. Yeah, these are pretty badass, and like the Kyurem that like they can fuse together. I think these are easily A tier. I think these are some of the best legendaries, even though they're just like kind of simple, and like dragon legendaries are kind of like obvious. Yeah, and the fusing idea is really impactful. I think it works really well in the story, and it's a great idea that actually makes them stand out from other legendaries. We just finished making fun of how bad all of the legendaries are from this generation, except for Kyurem Zekrom. Oh, I kind of like Keldeo, if I'm gonna be honest. I used Keldeo in one of like the first competitive Pokemon team I made. So I got a little bit of a soft spot. I think they're kind of average. Yeah, it is kind of water pony. You can't just call every horse Pokemon water Ponyta, electric Ponyta. They're their own Pokemon. Damn it. I liked the Melota idea. I think they're kind of average when it comes to the cute legendary Mew-esque Pokemon. Genesect though, Genesect has the typing. Bug Steel is awesome. It's also got its own moves. Where's Gyarados? You gotta ask these questions earlier, my man. I'm guessing it's A tier. Yeah, Magikarp and Gyarados are both A tier. Ooh, Generation 6. Generation 6, not too big. We are closing in. Charizard is A. Yeah, I was really deciding between Charizard A and S, but we opted for A. We might go back and relook at some of that stuff. Gyarados is S because it's like everyone's first shiny. That's true. I put Nocturne. I did bump up Nocturne because it was like Ash's shiny. But like they used to introduce shinies to people in the anime. All right. Chestnut line. I don't like this final form. I think the final form is too clunky. And I think it's, especially compared to other starters, it's below average. Chestnut, on the other hand, Chespin, I mean, Chespin is very, very cute. This might be one of the cutest starters that they've made. I'm bouncing between A tier and S tier for it. It's really hard to say. I'm just trying to look at the other things I have in A and S. And I think it's A. I'm putting it at S tier. Eloqua agrees with me that it is S tier. I do think this is on the borderline. It's a very borderline move. because it evolves into shit, you say A. That is a good point. A little bit of everybody's legacy has to do with their compatriots. I think this is C. It's a fine middle form. Actually, I'm going to ruin Eloqua's dreams of greatness, and I do agree. This is A tier. Barring further evidence produced, it is A tier. Yeah, like you get 11 levels. You're leaving. No! No! Please. I like these. It was finally a fire Pokemon that, or fire starter that wasn't fighting. Move Chespin back. I need evidence. See, Jaybreaker came in and it gave me reasons as to why I should move it down. You gotta give me an argument back, Eloqua. I think this one's cute, but they're all more or less average starters. I think these are all C tier. But Froakie, on the other hand, Frogadier. Look at this face, it's adorable. I will relook at it. It is very cute. My thing is that, is it as cute as, say... I'll rethink it. I'll come back at the end. It's right on the border. I'm honest with you. It's right on the border because it is one of the cutest Pokemon. Actually, you know what? It is one of the cutest Pokemon. It's not its fault that it turns into garbage. Give it an Everstone. You win this round. Froakie, Frogadier, I think are both above average starters. They have a very unique look, and it feeds into the final Greninja look. And Greninja, I've watched enough of the anime that it's very hard for me to not make it S tier. Like, it's kind of crazy that this generation has 2 starters in S tier. But I don't know if... Yeah, sorry. Only one of you can be happy. I can't make you both happy unless I make a A+ tier, which I'm not going to do. And there's... The Ash Greninja was too hype. That whole storyline in the anime was too hype for me to not put that as S tier. I think Diggersby is a very cool, common Pokemon for a region. It's got a lot more flavor than like a Zigzagoon or a Harrier. I'm giving them B tier. They're above average. Easily above average. Fletchling, I think these are awesome not starters. Bird Pokemon. Again, they had a lot more spunk to them than like an Unfezant. I would ask to put Chespin as a high A tier instead, but it's not allowed to be above Charizard. That's fair. Not many things are allowed to be above Charizard. On pretty much everybody's list. I did not like the bugs in Sun and Moon. I think, especially when you're comparing them to like Butterfree, when you're comparing to them to like Wurmple and Beautifly, they are below average when it comes to the generation's bugs. Yeah. Yeah, I'm definitely putting these below average. Litleo line. Charizard was the first Pokemon you were introduced to. That's wild. I wonder what percentage of like Charizard and Pikachu. Like they probably make up like 90% of everybody's first interactions with Pokemon. I like lines. Oh, Jaybreaker says I love lines, so A tier for me. I really like the first 2 forms. I'm not a big fan of the third form. I know it's just kind of like what lines look like, but it doesn't... It looks too like plasticky and not like hair. But I think I'm giving them B tier. Above average. Actually, you know what? I think just the final form is B tier. I think this one's cute enough and this one's like sleek enough that these are A tier, the first 2 forms. Final form doesn't do it for me. This was cool. This was like in the storyline. It had a really awesome storyline with like the war and everything. But I don't know if I liked it enough. I'm a big fan of Gudra, but we'll see when we get there. Wow, you don't know any of these? You noob. You must know some of these. This was important to the story, so I'm gonna give it a B. Just because that one guy, it died, and it was so sad. No, this was that was in the story for the games. Are these like the sun and moon ones? Yeah, we're on the... Wait, are these the sun and moon ones? No, these are X and Y. These are X and Y Pokemon. Sun and Moon starts with where does Sun and Moon start? Sun and Moon starts down here. I don't know what music is playing right now. Oh, it's still on relaxing Pokemon music, but I don't really like that song. I do like these goats. I think these goats were made to kind of be important. Oh, dude, Stylon should move to S tier because it brings the concept of Pokemon dying. No, the concept of Pokemon dying, isn't there like the Raticate one? Isn't there the thing that like killed Gary's Raticate or something like that? Generation 1. Also, no, Marowak. Marowak introduces Pokemon dying. Oh yeah, Rowlet. Nice, thanks, Eloqua. I was doing some fake news. And I got that in S already. These are both solid designs. I think these are above the average designs. And I think that's why they give them to you as like gifts Pokemon. It's wild that they never made a Panda champion before now. And that being said, I think that they're good Pokemon. They're both above the average design. Was not a fan of this. There was the whole gimmick where like you could get haircuts and they could get haircuts too, but it wasn't doing it for me. There's nothing bad about this Pokemon. It's just that haircut thing wasn't enough for me to put it above average. I think this family is also just kind of a everyday regular. I don't think anybody ever was like, this is my favorite Pokemon. Esper is my favorite Pokemon. All right, you have to go. All right, sounds good, Eloqua. Thanks for dropping by, my man. Thanks for dropping by. They got Duo Blade. I liked the idea behind having it would be kind of cool if there was a sword Pokemon and a shield Pokemon, and if like you evolve them into the Duo Blade by leveling them both up in the same battle. I think they could have done something like even a little bit more creative, but the concept for this alone was great. Yeah, I agree. The concept, like I was saying, the concept is great. Jaybreaker, great minds think alike. Also kind of sad that they didn't return at all in Sword and Shield, in like some sort of like nod to them at the very least. But I think the concept's great. The execution's great. Go A tier. I think these are A tier. Oh boy, there's so much scrolling nowadays. Oh shit, I don't know who these are. If I don't remember them in the slightest, I'm sorry, but you're D tier. You guys are D tier as well. This is like one of the few Pokemon with Contrary, which is such a cool ability. So I gotta give them C. Minimum. I just don't think that the design... Actually, I kind of like this guy's design. It's very funky. Very unique. Not many things have the same color scheme. I don't like this. I'm sorry. I'm sure some people like this one. I don't like it. It's like coral with arms. Drag Algae, on the other hand. Very awesome design. If you have like a half eye thing going on, I love it. One of the best. I think this is one of the better dragons. Since like better post Gen 3 dragons. Never really liked this one. I think it's the weakest. Like there's a lot of crab like Pokemon. It's one of the weakest of them. What have you done? What have you done? Now my headphones have fallen off and it's all your fault. You said put them in B? I'm going to put the final form in B. I really like that first form. I think the first form has so much attitude. Like, look at that guy. Like, there's barely any Pokemon with that much attitude. But that guy is just letting it out. Doing his thing. Pikachu is good. Thanks, Beyblade. Pikachu is good. How's it going? How's the go going? If you guys don't know, well, a lot of you guys don't know, but Beyblade is a legendary memer in the Go community. The Go Twitch community. Yeah, I stream Go as well. I think these two are average. There's nothing to write home about them. There's nothing that separates them out from other Pokemon. Do I do tutoring? No, I get tutored. I'm one of the double-digit Q people. I started streaming Go so I can hijack free coaching. Kind of a big brain move. Ooh, I already have a copy of Castle Crashers with my name on it. Feels bad, man. This is kind of cool. They kind of pulled off a T-Rex rather well. It's hard to give a T-Rex not above average. Just because it's a T-Rex. Yeah, exactly. Like a T-Rex is never going to be... They'd have to really scuff a T-Rex for it to be below average or average. I'm like 14Q right now on OGS. I think the ice one is like a cool ability where it makes like every move ice type. But I think it's just average, especially as far as... It's like poor as far as fossil type Pokemon goes. But they're pretty good. We're the same rank? Nice. It reminds you of Littlefoot. Squirtle is good. Squirtle's one of the few Pokemon in S tier. Quite PogChamp. I don't know, man. I think the first one I'm going to raise to above average. I think the first one is cute enough to be above average. But it's just not doing it. Just not doing it for me. Nothing about that makes me excited. I did watch Littlefoot! It was one of like the 3 VHSs we had. So when I had to stay at home, I would always watch Little Big... No, not... What was it called? What was the name of it? The Land Before Time. The Land Before Time. So I always watched The Land Before Time. Where is Pichu? Pichu was from like 6 games ago. Pichu is B tier, which is above average. Ooh, I like... This is one of my favorite Eevee evolutions. I'm going to be honest. And I think it was a good way to introduce the world to fairy-type Pokemon. Pichu Brother Special was a game changer for you? How so? Lucha Ash had one, and it was kind of a beast in Ash's party. Ash had such a monster squad in this series. I think it's above average. Yeah, that's the thing. As long as they launch the title while teasing an Eevee evolution, they're going to sell more copies. Just because Eevee's cute. People like Eevee. You get all the Gen 1ers out, and it becomes a big rage. I think this is the worst of the new generation Pikachu attempts. It's just so clearly trying to be Pikachu. Carbink, this is average. That's a normal Pokemon. I think the whole Goodra line is pretty badass. It's pretty bitchin'. Very cute. Solid teenager. Goofy phase. And then strong looking final form. I think these are... I think this is A. All around. Also, Ash had a beast of a Goodra in his squad. Best Pikachu attempt was the edgy, "You don't understand me, mom. I want to be a Pikachu. It was like hiding in a Pikachu costume. Oh yeah, did we already do it? No, we haven't done it already. The Mimikyu. I think we're gonna get to it momentarily because I don't remember doing it. But yeah, that was a good Pikachu. That was. I like the Emolga too, but that wasn't really quite a Pikachu clone. Left Key. This is really just Keyring. It's an average Pokemon. I don't think it's a bad design. Trevenant, also average. First form is pretty good. I like the transition from first form to second form here. A lot of times they would put like a useless middle form. Ghostry was a better version of Sudowoodo. I know Sudowoodo had a lot of personality. Like, Beyblade, you're a machine. They never stop. I think Sudowoodo is like very goofy, right? It's blue, and you couldn't like grab onto it. I do think that actually this Pokemon was really like, it has Shadow Sneak, which I think was a really cool move. So I'll move it up to B tier. I think it is above average. Yeah. I was not a big fan of this Jack-o'-lantern thing. Yeah, Rattata is damn near A tier. I think that it's such a waste of a Jack-o'-lantern. I'm not sure if this is E tier or F tier. It's just that it's a Jack-o'-lantern. Like, you could have had such a cool Jack-o'-lantern. And then they gave us this, where it's just like, they were different sizes. And they pretended like that was enough to make it cool. That's like my issue with it. But like, Pidgey is nice. Pidgey is one of the best. It's so Pidgey-y. Also, like the first Pokemon Ash caught? Question mark? Maybe second? No, he caught a Pidgeotto, I think. Not a Pidgey. I don't like these. But I guess they're average. There's nothing really wrong with them. I am a big fan of Noibat. I like sound-based things. I think both of these are A tier. I'm kind of dumping a lot of dragon types, but it's hard because dragon types are cool, so it's not my fault. Not my fault, dragon types are dope. Xerneas and Yveltal, I think these are pretty awesome legendaries. Nidoran. Ooh, I don't know if that's male or female. What sign is that? Male. I'm more of a fan of Nidoran female, personally. I don't know where to rank these. I think Xerneas is... I think these are both above average. Nidoran female is pretty good. I'd have to agree with you. I think they're both above average. I like... Yeah, they're both just fine. And I've been talking so much and drinking so much. Wait, we're almost done with this generation. Yeah, when we start the next generation, I have to go for a pee break. I really think the Z1, Zygarde, kind of underwhelming. I think the dog is cute. The dog version was cute. So I'll give dog version above average. The other versions kind of sucked. Not gonna lie. Yeah, I think you played the one with Rowlet. That's Sun and Moon. Don't know what this Pokemon is, so I'm putting it below average. Poopa, you're fine. You're average. Not the best legendary, not the worst. I do like this one. It's really good on random teams. All right. I'm going to use the bathroom. I'll be back momentarily. Yeah, water. The typing of Volcaronex, whatever that one's called, absolutely awesome. Although it should be steam. I have returned. Oh, goodbye? Oh, you're saying goodbye to me, or were you leaving? Time will tell. Time will tell. Alright. So we're back at it. You said Hoopa should be lowest. Nobody even knew it was a legendary. That is fair. I feel like Hoopa... But how much was that? Like you're saying it to me. Yeah, I figured that out after a little bit. I'm a little slow on the uptake sometimes. Hoopa is... Is that Hoopa's fault or is that marketing's fault? I also did not feel compelled to see Hoopa's movie at all. So I think I am going to lower Hoopa to D tier. I think it's got enough attitude that I like it enough. Zubat is good. I think Zubat was A tier. One of the best. One of the best. Oh my goodness. All right, let's get started. We got 2 more generations. Nearing the finish line. Rowlet. I think this is one of the best starters of this. It's my favorite starter for this tier. Why is F tier Pokemon F tier? There are very few Pokemon in F tier, and most of them are just like, I personally don't like them for some reason or the other. All these starters C tier for you? I think they pulled off the edgelord of this one the best, but I agree. I don't think any of the first form of the starters are cute enough to be above C tier. None of the middle forms are different enough for them to really be important. Like, you can get rid of the middle form on all these Pokemon and you don't lose anything. Yeah, this one is cute. I gotta say, this one is cute. I think this one's cute and this one is edgy, and they pulled off the edginess to both be B tier. But I think the rest are all D tier average. I don't know. I think when edgy looks cool, instead of looking edgy, it's good. We'll do a little hack where we scroll up, scroll out. Makes for a horrible viewing experience, but fixes my carpal tunnel before it happens. C. Yeah, actually kind of a weak starting lineup for this generation. 2 cannon. I think the final form was cool. Overall, though, you got to compare these to the other flying normal. You got to compare them to the other people in the same family. And I think the first form is solid and the final form is solid. I like toucans in general. So I'm actually going to give both of these B tier. Oh, you didn't play Sun and Moon? Sun and Moon ran horribly. Like, it was too much for the 3DS, and it would just lag horribly, like, during fights. But it was fine. It was fun. I'm happy that they tried something different with, like, the trials instead of just, like, gyms. Like, they attempted stuff. Wasn't a fan of Z-moves, though. Z-moves did not do it for me. We got Young Goose. Yeah. Same. I got it because I was getting it with a bunch of friends and we all nuzlocked it together. It's kind of why I've gotten it like every game from Sun and Moon on. I think they did. I think you were able to Mega Evolve in the post game, but I think for the game you couldn't Mega Evolve, and then they got rid of them this time around. Both of these are average. There's nothing good about them. They're worse than the other like Zigzagoon Loon. But they're not bad per se. Oh, the Charge-a-Bug line, I am a fan of. I think it's one of the better bugs. I think it's interesting that they decided to make them electric as well. I don't like this one though. That one's kind of boring. Because Mega Evolution was the only good Pokemon battle gimmick they attempted. Gigamax and Z-Moves kind of weird. Yeah, I agree. I think Z-Moves were really weird. Not a fan of Z-Moves. I think Gigamax was like them trying to just give a Mega Evolution to every Pokemon. But I liked Mega Evolutions. It was a good way to make your favorite Pokemon like cooler. And I am sad that they ditched it. What I'm most sad about is that they just ditched every gimmick after one game. Oh, it is Dynamax. I think Gigantamax is when it's like they have a special look after they Dynamax. I think they just Mecha Boom. Oh no. We got this crab, the Crab Brawler. One thing that was super interesting about this is that I did not see it turning into an ice type. I remember that in the game, and it was very out of left field. But overall, I think these are kind of average Pokemon. Oricorio, I think this was a good multiform Pokemon. They changed a lot more than other multiform Pokemon. And they have a cool, their ability's cool. Like if somebody else uses a dance move, you get the stat ups from it as well. I think I'm actually going to throw these at B tier. B tier. They're above average, but not by much. That actually would be cool if there was a live link. You guys could see the whole thing. That actually would be awesome. Now that's a startup idea. Rabombi, that's an average Pokemon. Nobody's ever been like, oh, Rabombi, I love it. Rockruff though, they nailed cute Pokemon with Rockruff. They absolutely slayed. It's one of the best. Hey guys, why don't we just make a cute animal that people will like? Things that they've done. We'll do it live. Rockruff A tier, easy. Maybe S tier, but I'm leaving it at A tier for now. And I like both of the evolutions. I think the whole Rockruff line is A tier. There's not very many Pokemon better than Rockruff. And that's a fact. Don't at me. Wishy-washy. The whole like schooling thing is cool because that's like what fish do. But it's not enough. I think it's a below average. I do like this Pokemon, the little Toxapex. I think it's above average. It has a cool signature move that's like protect, but it also poisons. Which is pretty awesome. I use it in like Pokemon Showdown. It has like a mode where it's like random 1v1s. Or not random 1v1s, but it's 1v1s where each people have a team of 3 Pokemon. And they choose one Pokemon to battle it out. And I use a Toxapex on that. So I'm kind of a fan. Oh, there's Mimikyu. We were talking about him earlier. Mudsdale. Oh, that's just Earthy Ponyta. That's just Earth Ponyta. That's an F tier. That's Earth Ponyta. What is that? That's Earth Ponyta. No, but I think these are just average Pokemon. There's nothing. Hey, watch your language. I think these are just average Pokemon. There's nothing to write home about them. There's nothing bad about them though. I do like this water spider thing. Nothing wrong with that. I think it's pretty unique, pretty cool. I'm a fan of spiders, as long as they're not real. Hey, wait up. What are we waiting for, Beyblade? I'm down to wait if that's what I must do. Ooh, I remember this little pincer guy. Cool. Something to it, but not enough. Not enough. There's been a lot of mushroom Pokemon. You forgot lunch? No! You must eat. I actually haven't eaten yet today, which is kind of a big mistake, in my opinion. So this is Mushroom Guy, but there's been so many. Among Us is cool. Breloom is cool. This is not cool. I think this is bad compared to other mushroom Pokemon. Salazzle. Salazzle is one of the coolest Pokemon, and so is this. The little bandit mask is awesome. I'm putting both these guys at A tier. I think this generation had a lot of really cool Pokemon, but the rest were kind of lackluster. Where this is the Pedo Bear thing didn't really do it for me. Not a fan of that. I liked this. This is like an average grass type. This is like, guys, we made a Pokemon and it's a Pokemon. You guys can use it if you want. Is this an item? I think that's a wreath. I didn't realize that this is a Pokemon? Are you sure? Are we sure that this is a Pokemon? Because I'm putting that in F tier. I'm sorry. There's no face. There's no eyeballs. There's nothing. Grab food. Food is for the weak. We must continue. I liked both of these monkeys. It was cool that they were both exclusive. I think this is one of the best exclusives they've done. That didn't feel like they were exclusive for no reason. But they actually were like mirrors of each other. All right, we have Golisopod, which is cool. It was, I don't remember his name, but he was like the one guy in the story, the bad guy in the story's signature Mon. It has a horrible ability, though, where it runs away if it takes, like, half damage. I think these are both above average. It's one of those Pokemon that they knew was above average, so they made it important, I think. I always wonder what way that goes. Do they make a Pokemon that is cool, so then they add it and make it important in the story? Or do they want a Pokemon that's important to the story, so they spend a lot of time making that? I wonder. Sandcastle, I think it's below average. They didn't do enough to make it not just a sandcastle. Yukumu, also not a fan of it. It's kind of cute. It's an average Pokemon. Ooh, type Null at Silvally. I think this was a cool idea. It's like a man-made created Pokemon. I think these are A tier. I think these are easy A tier. I kind of remember this Pokemon. And I think the design that they have is super cool. It's like, I don't remember what it was. If it started out in this form and you took damage and then it turned into this. Or was it this and then you took damage and it turned into that. Or something like that. But I think the uniqueness of it brings it above the average Pokemon. This is a Pokemon where I'm not sure why this doesn't have an evolved form. It's cool, it's cute, and usually cute Pokemon turn into something, but this one doesn't, which is unique, and I think uniqueness bumps you up a tier. Turtonator. Big fan of turtles. And this one's a little Bowser-esque. Not cool enough to be A tier. B tier easy. Look at this. They got two Pikachu clones right next to each other. Rodette. This is like, it's got the spiky barbs move. So attacking into it makes you take damage. It's just an average Pokemon. I think Mimikyu was a really good Pikachu copy. Boo to that Spike Ball Pikachu Pokemon. Yeah, not very good. But this, the Ghosty Pikachu Pokemon, is I think the best Pikachu Pokemon that they've come up with. They decide, like, it's something more than just a Pikachu imposter, right? Like, there's a story behind it trying to be a Pikachu imposter. It's got a cool ability that makes it, like, not die. Like, it doesn't take damage from the first hit. This thing's ugly as shit. It's ugly as balls, dude. Why'd they even make that? That's F tier. Drampa is fine. It's average. I think it's a bad Dragon-type Pokemon, but it's average. I do not remember this anchor Pokemon at all. It might be like a really rare. I guess it's average. I think it's kind of cool. Like, I wouldn't think of making an anchor into a Pokemon. I think this is kind of one of those ones where it's like the dragon. It's a dragon Pokemon, which is cool, but is it really a cool dragon type Pokemon? Yeah, I think it was a good attempt at a fighting dragon. I do think this one would have been cooler if you got rid of the first form. If this was just the last two forms, I think it has a lot cooler of an arc. Oops. So I think I'm just going to, I think I'm going to put the first one at C tier because I wish it didn't exist, and then the rest of them at B because I think it is a good fighting Pokemon, or fighting dragon Pokemon, I mean. And it's a dragon, like it's still a dragon Pokemon, so it's always going to be a little bit cool. So all these legendaries, I think these legendaries were kind of, I think it's kind of like, so we ranked the Lake Trio as D tier. Yeah, these ones have cool abilities, and they're way more different than the Lake Trio are. Like, they have the same like design philosophy around them, but they are really unique. I think that these are B tier. Yeah, I think they are like a lot of games have like the group of legendaries, and I think this is better than most of them, if not all of them, except for maybe like Zapdos, Raikou, Articuno. I think this is I don't remember what the name of this is, but it's like one of the few Pokemon that evolve, right? It's like these legendary Pokemon are the first ones to evolve. I think, like, honestly, their designs aren't regal enough for legendary Pokemon. Like, if these were both just normal Pokemon, I would buy that. Like, if somebody told me that these were not legendaries. I like this first form, and I liked how much it influenced the story. I'm giving it B, but I think overall, the rest of these legendaries are very forgetful. I'm giving these E tier. All right, now we have the, what are they called? Lumina? Lumina is a lot cooler than this one. But it's like, all right, let's see what other legendaries we have in C tier. It is cooler than the Regis, I think. It is actually, it's Palkia and Dialga are in there. I think it's as cool as Palkia and Dialga. Palkia and Dialga do have better abilities, I think. I don't like, what are these called? Like the animal, the things from the alternate dimension. Whatever these are called. Beast Pokemon, yeah. Yeah, the beast Pokemon. I'm not a big fan of the gimmick. I think some of them are pretty cool. Like this one, I know has Tail Glow, which is an awesome move. So I'm giving this one B tier. I like Bug Swole, just because I don't know. I find ripped things, like their whole shtick is being ripped. I find that funny. The wire one and the heavy one. Hey, great minds think alike. The rest of them, I kind of like this one. It does look very Mike Wazowski-esque. If Mike Wazowski was a real monster, that's what he would look like. But I think the rest of these are D tier, if I'm going to be honest. I think this one's C tier. I think the rest of these are D tier. I did not know anything about Megarnium, to be honest. Megarnium is D tier. As far as mythical Mew-esque Pokemon go. Marshadow, I did like. The movie that they made with Marshadow was quite good. I'm giving it A tier. I'm not even sure if these Pokemon are build-ups to Sword and Shield, or they were like legendaries from the previous one. I don't know who this is. I like the design though. I'm giving it average. I don't like these two Pokemon. Charizard is cool. It's got really good stats. B tier. Ooh. Fuck. I don't remember what this is called. It's a very cool Pokemon. I like the baby form. It's a kind of an obvious baby form, I think, but it works well. I am giving these both above average. Metal, maybe? Disco Ball reminds you of Jawbreakers. Yeah, this one does have some pizzazz, but it's like, it doesn't look like a Pokemon. It looks more like a person dressed up. The last generation, the final generation. All right. I think the starters in this generation are actually top tier. I think almost all of them have something going for them, and none of them are ugly. And the second forms are good on all of them, where I think a lot of times second forms fall off for starters. That being said, I don't think any of them are great. I think these are all above average starters, but nothing much better than that. I think the Cinderace line, Lopunny, or not Lopunny, Scorbunny, is very good. I think this one is funny. I don't think they're shit. I think that they're, like, if you look at the other ones, like, these ones are bad. I don't think there's anything inspired at all about those designs. I think they do their job as starters better than the average starter. It's wild that I was able to find that. I actually think Scorbunny is very cute. I'm giving Scorbunny A tier. I think the rest of these are kind of average. I do like that it's a soccer player since I play soccer, but that is... No, actually, Cinderace also has a monster ability. Cinderace gets stab on all of their moves. Yeah, I agree. Like, they're all fine, but they're not like Feraligatr. Feraligatr is like a beast, right? Sceptile, Trico, so good. Grookey Final Evolution does play drums. I was thinking about umping Grookey's Final Evolution. I think I'm going to move them all to B tier and then think about maybe moving some of them. Yeah, I think like the last starter that I really liked was kind of Greninja, but Greninja was so special that it was almost like not even a starter. I do like Drum Guy. I am going to move Drum Guy up. Yeah, and that's the other thing. I think Greninja was only that cool because it had so much story. Yeah, like it fused with Ash in the show, and it was very hype when they fused. I think the Chipmunk is below average. You got to compare it to Lanoon, Zigzagoon line. You got to compare it to Sentret line. And I think that they're below average when you compare them to the rest. The bird, on the other hand, very awesome that it's actually tied to how the region works is based on this bird because it moves them around. Beyblade is back and at it. So I think this, I don't really like I think the other forms are kind of average. I think the final one is above average as far as regional birds go. I'm actually going to put it at A tier just because I think its impact to the world is awesome. Not a fan of the bug Pokemon. I think these are below average compared to the other bug Pokemon. Okay, the pre-evolution shouldn't benefit from Big Bird. That's true. Maybe I think the middle evolution bug. Let me look at this. I do see what you're saying. I think that the middle one is very different from other bug Pokemon, and I do like its face. Its face, like kind of looking out. I do agree, and it also makes me think of like a D20 from like a Dungeons and Dragons dice with like all the triangles. That brings it up to me. There's also somebody pointed out, I think Beyblade pointed out that these birds benefited a lot from the final evolution being super cool, and I think I agree with that. I think that these birds are worse than like other birds, but the final one is way better. So I am gonna move this down. I do like these ones. I think Thievul is cool. I think it might just be because I like Sly Cooper. But I'm a fan of these. And the more I think about it, the more it is just because of Sly Cooper. But oh well. We're playing Sly Cooper again? Yeah, it's such a fun game. To be honest, I don't remember these guys much, and I just played this game, which is not a good sign. So I'm putting these in D tier. I think this has a lot of unmemorable Pokemon. I do think this one's good. Wooly is very cute. I think it's above average. I think the evolution screwed up. I think the evolution... It should have maybe just like not evolved. I don't know exactly. But the evolution is just average. Nothing to write home about. This was a cool Pokemon. The first form and the second form work really well together. Reminds you of Swiper from Dora. Oh, it does a little bit. I never really watched Dora, but I know what you're talking about. I took down my poster, right? Oh, yeah. Good. Lucky. Yeah, I think both of these are solid. They're better than your average Pokemon, but not by much. I think this first electric dog, this one is cute. This one does not do much for me. Like it's just that it has its tongue out, dude. If its tongue wasn't out, it would be easy D tier, in my opinion. This one looks like it's having a good time. That's what I like about this one. I think this one's average. There's so many electric dogs. Right. I think this one is... Like, if you look at all the other Pokemon art, I don't think much of them look like they're having a good time. And this dog looks like it's playing fetch right now. I just think there are cuter dog Pokemon, and I don't think I can rank it above that. I do like this generation's rock Pokemon, like the coal thing. I think that they did the designs different enough that I like the fact that it's 3 evolutions. I think I might make all of these. I think these are all above average. I don't know if they are A tier though. Like the only reason that I wouldn't give them A tier is that I like this one's design the best, but this one looks so much like Golem. And it's hard for me to say that you can look like a regional variant. Actually, no, I should judge them all in isolation. Like if this one came first, I shouldn't knock down Golem. Right? Not its fault. I do think this is a cool dragon type. I think the fact that it's apple based is awesome. The sequencing is cool. I don't like that it's a pie. I think this is average. I like the second form. I'm actually gonna give the second form above average. It's like a little creature. You can tell it's a creature inside of the apple. Then that's just average. That's just an average dragon type. This is kind of uninspired. I think there's a lot of other snake Pokemon that have a lot more going on. Nothing really to it. It's kind of... I like that this is all coiled up. Little twist. Get it? Because it's twisting around. I'm here every 21 days. Yeah, this is kind of... sticks out. There's nothing to it. It's not doing anything. I think this is D tier. Yeah, like Jay said, Jaybrick just said, it's a worse version of Pelipper, and I agree. Think about this, like, what is this water Pokemon giving us that other fish Pokemon haven't already given us? So I'm giving this also below average. I like this Pokemon. I don't really know why. I think it evolves into different looks depending on, like, how you were controlling your Switch at the moment, if I recall correctly. I think that they nailed like the punk rock look. That fish is just filler from River Pokemon. Yeah, it's just kind of like they needed another water Pokemon, so like, we'll just make a fish. Dentiscorch is cool. It's like they identified, like they could have just made this like a bug type. But the way that they made it a fire type as well works, in my opinion. I think this is above average when it comes to design. I never actually used this Pokemon, but it's one of the Pokemon I wanted to. Ooh, we got this octopus fighter. I had one in my Nuzlocke and then it died instantly, which was quite sad. I think these are average. There's nothing about these that makes them cooler than other Pokemon. This one's kind of cool. This one's above average. It's got some, like, you can tell that it's a fighter, that it's angry. Yeah, it is kind of whack that the type. Yeah, you're right. The typing did not match up with what I wanted to. When I saw this, I was sure it was water fighting, and then it just wasn't. That's a great point. That's a great point. That the design is cool, but it's kind of misleading, right? And there's nothing cool about being misleading. I'm a fan of T, so I'm tempted to raise this up. But it's really no different from any other let me see, like, find an object and then turn it into a Pokemon. Teacup reminds you of Beauty and the Beast. That's a good point. It does give me the Beauty and the Beast vibes. But I think all it is just turning an object alive. And I don't think it's doing that better than the other things that are doing stuff. By, like, turning an object alive. What's up, Gung Fusi? How's it going? Hope it's going well. We are almost done on a 4-hour-long journey to rank every Pokemon. How's that? I'm on the precipice of single-digit Q. One day. I think the variation changes, like, so earlier we got that quite low. And the difference is, like, look at the difference in the variation changes in between Gothette is just, like, the same thing. And this is, like, different shapes, different silhouettes. I think this is above average. Yeah. We're all pretending, like, Go exists. It's not actually real. Ah, where'd he go? Oh, I lost it. Oh, no. Where did it go? All right, that's fine. The third form was uninspired. Oh, what a rookie move. All right, I can't find it. Oh, well. Oh, we got this guy. Yeah, it's one of those things where it's like ugly, but like they meant for it to be ugly, so you can't really judge it on it being ugly. I really like the second form. I think the third form kind of falls off a bit. I definitely think the second... I think they're all... I think the first two might be A and the last one might be B. No, I like it. They're all... Like, it's supposed to look like that, and it looks like that really well. Yeah, exactly, dude. I like the edgy... I like edgy Pokemon. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. It's not my fault. It's just the way I was born. Mom. Grandpa Meowth. Yeah, it's a great way of saying it. I do think that it's a good twist on Meowth. But I think the fact that it's supposed to look like another Pokemon, but it looks like its own thing, puts it above the average. Don't remember this one at all. D tier. All right. So I have some issues with Sirfetch'd. That I love Farfetch'd so much. It's one of like my favorite Pokemon. And Sirfetch'd just was not what I was looking for them to give it an evolution. It just wasn't it. I think they completely missed the mark. That being said, I like that they gave him an evolution. And it's like fine. It's just not what I would have wanted. I think I'm going to give it a B tier. I think it's... Yeah, it's like... I'm ranking it high just because it's Farfetch'd, but really, like, I don't like it. Farfetch'd was, like... I'm actually going to put it in F tier. I'm putting it in F tier. I just think it was it was not what I wanted from Farfetch'd. And I don't think it was what a lot of people wanted from Farfetch'd. I See Mr. Mime I liked. I See Mr. Mime had a lot of pizzazz to it. There's a lot of attitude. It's got a lot of funk. I think it's actually A tier. And it's got a mustache, which I love. Who is this? I don't know who this is. It looks fine, though. Kind of neat. Average. Don't really like this line too much. Yeah, I like the Marching Worm one as well. I think these are both average. There's nothing too unique about them, but I can't really say anything bad about them either. I am a fan of the marching, like, bug fighting one. They had a cool ability. Like, I think they had a signature ability. I don't know, B or A. I think A. I really liked it. I liked that they were, like, how they were in the overworld. I think it was, like, Phalanx or something like that. Bug Phalanx. Don't remember this. Average. I like the design. It's solid. All right, Snom and Ice Larvesta. These are really cool Pokemon. Is he a Chad Pokemon? Hey, if it's Chad, I'll rank him up to the top. My only issue with these is that it's literally just Larvesta, but icy. But they didn't call it Larvesta, but icy. That being said, this guy is incredibly cute. I'm giving this guy A tier. And this guy's really cool. I think these are both A tier. This guy's a Chad. Yeah, I think Sword and Shield. The only thing good about Sword and Shield legendaries is that they're dogs, but there's like nothing unique about them. Yeah, dude, I thought this was gonna be like an hour and a half. I did not realize. Don't remember this guy. He's kind of boring. He just looks like an arch. But that being said, I would never think about making an arch Pokemon. Oh, I like the Ice Penguin. Where's the evolved form? Broken tier list. Big rip. I think this is fine. I think it's above average. I just think the idea of putting an ice cube on its face, that's pretty big brain. I like the silhouette on this. This is above average. This is above average. It's very simple, but it looks nice and it doesn't look like something. Oh yeah, somebody else made this. Oh, I did. Oh, I would died if I had to make all that. Yeah, it was really. Was it just that? Oh, you're right. It is just that Pokemon looks thick. Oh, that's awkward. The subconscious is a powerful thing. So this Pikachu, I think is better than some of the Pikachus, but way worse than like Mimikyu. Like it was just like a Pikachu that can get angry. I'm also, I think at this point, was tired of the fact that they just made a Pikachu every game. So I am going to give this below average. Yeah, I loved the elephant Pokemon. I don't like the design of the first one. I'm going to be honest with you. I think the first one is average. The second one, I liked. And it like knocked down like huge ass shit. I'm not sure. I think I'm actually going to agree with you. I think this is an S tier Pokemon. It's the first S tier we've had in a long while. But I think it is S tier. I think you are correct. It's colorful and looks fun, yeah. Yeah, it's colorful, looks fun, it's badass. It's like super heavy. All right, so now there's the fossils. I actually really enjoyed what they did with the fossils this time around. That they weren't just like, oh, we'll just make rock type Pokemon that look fossil-y. Like they said, all right, we're just gonna, and like the combination thing where like there's 4 of them from the water, ice, and then electric dragon. The fact that you can combine them was cool. I don't think that they're anything. I think that this is kind of rough. I don't know if they're B tier or A tier. I think they're B tier and A tier, and then I'm just gonna go by how much I like how they look. I think this one's A tier, and the rest are B tier. Yeah, the rest are B tier. They also have a really cool signature move that has like 170 base power. It's kind of nasty. All right, we are closing in. We have 1 line left. The Steel Dragon one is cool. I like that they didn't give it any evolutions. Like, there's not very many standalone dragons, but overall, it's just an average Pokemon. Dragapult's cool. Ghost Dragon is an awesome typing. Is there a way to share this? Yeah, I think when I'm finished, I can save it, and then I can share it. Dragapult. Darn near top tier. I think it's one of the better dragons. I don't think the other ones are as cool. I kind of wish it was just Dragapult. But I think they're above average when it comes to dragon types. And I think I'm going to make Dragapult A tier just because it's so fast. It's good and competitive. And that's one of the things that I kind of like. If I have used it in competitive, it's really good in 1v1s. I don't know how to rank these. Because I think they're cute. I just wish they weren't the legendary Pokemons. And I do think Sword Dog is way better than Shield Dog. But at the end of the day, they just made dogs that had a sword and a dog that had a shield. Which makes it very hard for me to like rate them highly. They fit the art. Yeah, that's my thing. It's just a sword and a shield. I want to look at where I have other legendaries. They're better than these legendaries. They're better than Zygarde. But I think that they are average legendaries. I think I like this one. I like how this one looks. And I actually like how I like the art for the before they actually have the sword and the shield. I actually like that art a lot. Sofa King, thanks for the follow, my man. Oh shit, this one's hard. This is the hardest one. Like, chat is stuck in between B and D tier, and I'm the same. Like, I don't think they're average. I like how they look, but I also think they're lazy. I'm going to I like this design. I like this one in B tier. I think the sword they should have done something better with. I mean, the shield they should have done something better with. Yeah, the thing is that it's lazy, but it's also like, what else can you do? It's like a sword and a shield. You know what? I'm actually going to put this one down too. It's just a dog holding a sword. I think these two have neat designs. That doesn't necessarily mean that the follow-ups had to be so bland and... Well, the thing is that like they could have done more, like they didn't have to do like literally sword and shield, right? Like one could have just like they do a lot of things where it's like, it's very clear that a Pokemon is offensive and it's very clear that a Pokemon is defensive. Like, look, you can look at this Pokemon and you know it's a defensive Pokemon, right? And then you can look at something like this and you know it's an offensive Pokemon. And like, you can just do something like that and you can make a defensive looking dog and an offensive looking dog that don't have a literal sword and shield, right? Which I think would have been better than having them actually just be a dog with a sword and a dog with a shield. That is a good point. Once you already have a billion Pokemon, it is really hard to make stuff unique. No, yeah, and that's the thing. Like, A lot of these Pokemon are fairly unique. Like, a lot of them aren't, but a decent amount of them are. The Poison Dragon thing, it was cool. It wasn't, like, it wasn't really doing anything special. I think it's an average legendary. It was fine as, like, the big bad guy. The Sympathy Trip. Yeah, they're getting to me. They're getting to me. Oh, and these are the newest Pokemon. I don't like this one. I do think that the Isle of Armor guy, I think this is a very cute legendary-esque Pokemon, mythical Pokemon. It's not sympathy, you just had to convince me. I know I was being used. I think these are... Maddie, thank you for the subscription, my man. It means a lot to me. It really does. I think this is A tier, and I think the second one is B tier. I think it's better than a lot of other Pokemon. But it's also like one of those ones that's supposed to be badass. And that, my friends, is a tier list of every Pokemon ever made.